never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Okay, it looks like it is that time once again. Wow. Here we go. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Are you ready for the weekend? All right, well, Friday coming on. You got to get through the 29th day of October 1st. Then, yeah, weekend, Halloween weekend coming on. All the ghosts and goblins and trick-or-treaters. Got your Halloween candy yet? Oh boy, don't forget that. All right, trust you've had a good week. Again, we'll make our way time zone to time zone into the 29th day of October. And that would mean, hey, this will be our final live show here in the month of October. It's lo and behold, when we come back following this morning's program, Sunday night, Monday morning, we will be entering the first day of November. You know what that means? Boy, then you start thinking holidays, Thanksgiving, just around the corner. Well, we had a schedule of events. I mentioned a couple of nights ago they had canceled the Grand Hustle racing there at Crossville Dragway in Tennessee. Yeah, due to weather. It has been rescheduled for November the 12th and 13th. They're a couple of weeks away. I guess whoever is looking at the forecast maps did a pretty good job because, like I said, they canceled several days ago. But they were right. It was not looking to be a very pleasant weather weekend. The big storm that we were talking about rolling in out west last weekend continues to crawl across the country. There is a broad area of precipitation tonight. Yeah, not talking severe weather. That's the good news, but Just kind of a dreary night for about the eastern third of the country, nearly the eastern half of the country. Showers, spotty showers, anywhere from western South Carolina. You're in and out of rain through much of northern North Carolina, Virginia. Let's see, on up into northern West Virginia. A lot of rain through the northern half of Ohio, northern Indiana. Rain stretching all the way back with the wraparound of this storm. Rain stretching from nearly International Falls to Duluth, Minnesota, down into St. Paul. Spotty showers south of Des Moines to Kansas City. As you put the map in motion, you can see the broad circulation around this storm. Now, this was the system that did fire up some severe weather across the southern plains and the Gulf Coast here over the last couple of days. Let's start there, looking back. It did indeed turn out to be a deadly storm, killing at least one, but widespread damage. This line of storms made its way across the country. Lake Charles, Louisiana. They haven't been dealt an easy hand from Mother Nature in quite some time. And another slew of twisters took aim at that community midweek. The outburst of severe weather for the month of October, drawing closer to being a record in terms of the number of tornadoes. As that patch of severe weather moved east, Lake Charles was dealt the day's final reported tornado on Wednesday. Around noontime, dozens of homes damaged, displaced roofs, landing on front yards, scattered debris, dotting driveways around the city. At least two residents injured by the intense winds, according to the Storm Prediction Center report. One woman hurt after a window was blown into her home. Another resident suffered a leg injury from blowing debris. It's been a long 14 months for the city of Lake Charles. First of all, they were smacked with back-to-back hurricanes last year. Largely spared any direct hurricane hits in 21. But many of the displaced residents still haven't even returned there, and many damaged homes yet to be fully repaired. Well, after Wednesday's storms, those restoration timelines are going to take another hit. One local homeowner told WAFB that we just basically replaced the whole house. We literally just finished everything up in a matter of days. So here we go again. Late Wednesday night, the National Weather Service in Lake Charles confirming 3 different EF2 tornadoes had touched down, including the one in Lake Charles. Another homeowner recounting his experience, sharing that he took a quick glance outside to see the flying debris and his relocated trampoline. Just another disaster to go through. Mother Nature just keeps throwing them at us. One state over in Mississippi, the National Weather Service, along with the Jackson County EMS, reported an EF1 tornado that tracked through Moss Point Wednesday night. The management director confirmed this past day that one woman had lost her life when the tornado reportedly forced her car off the road, flipping the vehicle, causing it to roll several times. Further west, strong twisters also inflicting damage in eastern Texas. The other two confirmed EF2 twisters had ripped through Orange County, about 40 miles west of Lake Charles. Dramatic footage captured by drivers on Interstate 10, showing the ominous tornado smashing through crossing the roadway, ripping up guardrails, snapping power lines, illuminating the sky with those bright blue bursts as transformers exploded. It was much closer than video showed, according to one that was filming. Pretty scary. But the devastation was severe enough in Orange County to warrant a disaster declaration, citing the extensive and widespread damage to public and private property, disruption of utility services, and the general endangerment of the health and safety of the residents there. A bit further to the north, a possible twister in Newton County left moderate damage, according to local officials there. Another possible tornado in the Houston area, responsible for damaging a home and bringing down trees. Thursday, so through the past day, severe weather did continue. This time around, it was in the Florida Peninsula. 2 preliminary tornado reports made in the state by 5 o'clock this past afternoon. There was a trained spotter that reported a tornado moving to the northeast from Kissimmee Prairie Reserve a little before 5 o'clock this past afternoon. Severe winds also accounted for downed trees along the Gulf Coast there in Florida. Air travel was definitely impacted. Hundreds of flights delayed or canceled this past day. The Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport canceled at least 376 flights, delayed another 991. In Houston, the George Bush Intercontinental Airport delayed at least 437 flights. So things looking much better there in Texas tonight, and most of the precip is now, if you've the remaining, the tail end, really, it's the tail end of the storm is sweeping through the southernmost portions of Florida. So indeed, there is a line of thunderstorms stretching from about Palm Beach down across the state. And that line's going to be pushing through the Miami and Fort Lauderdale areas over the next few hours. Again, I don't believe we're seeing anything as far as severe storms in the mix there. I'll do a quick double check to make sure on that. But meanwhile, what are we looking at as we head into the Halloween weekend? Trick-or-treaters, will they be disrupted this weekend? It looks like in some cases they may be. Meanwhile, we're looking for the potential for a pretty significant pattern change. I guess right on cue. You ready for a shot of cold reality? Some of the coldest air of the season for parts of the central and eastern U.S. for the first week of November next week. The advancing cold front and the development of storms could set up in such a way to deliver the first snowflakes, or maybe even accumulating snow of the season, across parts of the Midwest and the Appalachians next week. Could we be talking about snow, parts of the Midwest and Northeast? Well, the cold air from northern Canada will be on the move over the weekend. It's going to spread across much of the north-central U.S. next week. From about the spine of the Appalachians to the Midwest, the air's likely to trend progressively colder through next week. Now, the extent of the cold, that's going to determine where snow may fall, perhaps on more than one occasion, as these storms will develop and kind of ride along the leading edge of the colder air. Now, this is not going to be like an Arctic outbreak or any record-breaking cold that moves in, but it will be a change and cold enough for snow to develop in these rounds of precipitation, and steady and heavy enough. The coldest air of the season becomes established in the Midwest, and it could last longer than some of our cold stretches so far that we've seen this fall. Now, highs are going to plummet into the 30s and 40s for some days next week across a wide area of the north-central states. Nighttime lows are going to range within a few degrees of freezing to as low as the 20s. And the same time, we'll have this active storm track that's going to set up from the central and southern plains to the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, and then finally the central and northern Appalachians. Since the cold air tends to reside on the northern and western side of these storms, that's going to determine exactly where the precipitation in the form of snow may actually develop. There's two main storms that they're going to be watching for potential snow threats next week. The precise timing of both not set in stone, because right now, both of those storms are actually still over the Pacific Ocean right now. But the first of the two is going to roll in to the central states, to the northeast, about midweek next week. This weaker storm won't have much cold air to work with, So any precip associated with System 1 should be light. This storm could trigger a cold rain or a rain mixed with a bit of wet snow, and a period of rain that ends as a bit of wet snow in a corridor stretching from Nebraska, northern portions of Kansas and Missouri, over to parts of West Virginia, northern and western Pennsylvania, and on up into New England. The second storm will be the stronger of the two, developing during the latter part of next week. Now, this storm's going to have more cold air to work with, a better chance of producing somewhat heavier cold precipitation in the form of rain, a rain-snow mix, or maybe even a period of accumulating wet snow. It's possible that the cold air will make it further south into areas like the mid-Atlantic, but at this point, it seems like the boundary separating the chilly air to the north and the milder air to the south should set up a little bit further to the north. For example, New York City, highs are forecast to trend downward. Lower 60s this weekend, middle 50s next week, nighttime lows in the 40s, so it's definitely too warm for snow. At this point, snowfall along and east of I-95 in the mid-Atlantic seems very unlikely next week with either of those two storms. The most likely area for any accumulating snow is across the Appalachians, on west to Ohio. Now, if that late week storm evolves into a heavy, wet snow producer for parts of the Appalachians and Midwest, there is the state of foliage to consider. Trees are still bearing quite a few leaves. And if you get that heavy, wet snow, could be talking about some issues with power lines, branches drooping over the power lines, and sporadic power outages. All right, we'll get a closer look at our Halloween weekend forecast. Yeah, well, this year it's been full of frightening weather events, from major hurricanes to more recently bomb cyclones and blizzards, and even extreme drought. The weather has been kind of sinister through 2021. We'll take a look at our trick-or-treat weekend forecast coming up in a bit here. Meanwhile, on board here on a Friday morning, hello to Roy. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Heavy D is on board. Hello, Steve, and all the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Hello to young Colton with us this morning. How you been, Colton? Haven't got to see you in a while or hear from you in a while. I know it's that time of year. School is in session. So Colton's up a little bit late tonight, right? Bruce is on board. It's Rebel, actually, in Texas, headed to California. He's got 65 degrees. Everyone be safe out there. Bama checking in from Sims, Texas, where it's a breezy 58 degrees. Sitting at a truck stop earlier, all the trucks coming in and out, flying through the lot. And a majority of them were being operated by foreigners. I'm sure they'll be piling up when the first snowflakes begin to fall. Yep, most likely the case. All right, let me see here. Yeah, I'm not real familiar. I did see I saw on social media that I guess longtime radio broadcaster in the Cleveland area, Mike Trevisano, with WTAM there in Cleveland, 1100 AM, passed away this past day. So, again, I wasn't really familiar with him, but, yeah, for those in Northeast Ohio, I'm sure they said well-known broadcaster. Hello to Buster Brown from K-Town, where it's 54, kind of rainy tonight, and looks like rainy tomorrow. Be safe. Going to be a slow weekend. All right, let's see. Hammer down. Good afternoon to all. Be safe out there. That's, of course, Larry checking in. 48 degrees at the New York-Connecticut state line this morning. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, from the Lone Star State. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger checking in from San Angelo, Texas. 007 checking in from Brooklyn, Iowa. The pilot truck stop this morning. And Captain Ron is on board out of the box as we head into a Friday. It is 844-844-3388. Welcome in the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty. Morning to Eskimo Mom. Uh-oh, Eskimo Mom says, having some truck troubles. Giving me a rough start, so I got out late tonight. But it's kind of rainy, 56 degrees in Sharonville at this hour. I hope your night goes better, Eskimo Mom. Garbage throwing daddy checking in. Good Friday morning, Mr. Steve, and all the hardworking truckers out there. Y'all stay safe. Have a great weekend. All right, thank you so much. Tony says, Tony said, Sleepy Joe says I can drive across the country on a tank of gas. I wonder what size tank that would have to be, right? Let's see. Sleepy Joe, you think he'll give me $450,000 even though I'm not an illegal? No, I don't think he will, but it's no joke what he's talking about. It's unbelievable. The Biden administration is in talks to offer immigrant families that were separated during the previous administration. They're talking about offering them about $450,000 a person in compensation. According to those familiar with the matter, several agencies working to resolve lawsuits filed on behalf of parents and children who say the government subjected them to lasting psychological trauma. Okay, well, you did something called entering the country illegally. And yes, that's hence the word illegally. It's a crime. And they found themselves separated, parents separated from their children. Well, guess what? If I were to commit a crime, if I were to rob a bank tomorrow, that's a crime. You think I'd be separated from my family? You damn right I would. It's just, you can't make this up. The U.S. Department of Justice, Homeland Security, Health and Human Services are considering payments that could amount to close to $1 million a family. Although the final numbers may change, most of the families that cross the border illegally seeking asylum included one parent and one child. According to those in the know, many families would likely get smaller payouts depending on the circumstances. The American Civil Liberties Union, which represents families in one of these lawsuits, has identified about 5,500 children separated at the border over the course of the Trump administration. The number of families eligible under the potential settlement is expected to be smaller, but as government officials aren't sure how many will actually come forward, there are about 940 claims that so far have been filed by the families. In other words, the potential payout could be $1 billion or more. Do you think that might incentivize others, just maybe, to try to make their way into the United States of America? Oh, boy. Buckeye Boy checking in from I-40 westbound about 60 miles east of Little Rock. Got 48 degrees, feels like 37. Been in rain most of the day. And last night on the program, you were talking about the actor that got shot and died with a gun that they thought had blanks in it. He was going back to the previous one. Couldn't remember. It was Brandon Lee, the martial arts Bruce Lee's son. Yeah, I remember that several years back. Yeah, Brandon Lee. Yep. Thank you for the reminder there. Have a great night, weekend. Everybody out there, be safe, be careful. Let me see here. Hello, Joe. He says, the White Volvo Mafia piling up. Michigan Madman is on board. Good to have you with us. Gilligan checking in. Rainy night on I-81 in Virginia. It's 55 degrees right now. They're in Dublin, Virginia. Jumping on down to Fayetteville, Arkansas. There's, hello, Scrapyard. What's happening?
What's happening, Captain? Steve, yeah, shut that damn ceiling fan off. You're killing us down here, man. It's dead gum wind. Yeah, I stopped at the Love's truck stop over at Alma, Arkansas, that new Love's they put on 49. Those poor workers out there, them 20-something-year-olds out there chasing them trash cans. It looked like Keystone Cops out there. Finally, I basically had to run one of them down. I said, go in there and get every damn bungee cord you got and hook them to these damn hook them to these uprights out here so you're not having to chase them down. Well, I never thought of that. Like, good God. Yeah, that's extreme high winds out here. Crossland winds are gusting up to 50 miles an hour or better. And between the hills, it's acting like a dadgum funnel. These elevated roadways on 49, we're getting, in some places, wind speeds like 62, 63 mile an hour. You're about a couple of hundred feet in the air. My median speed going across 49 has been 52 mile per hour.
Wow. Yeah, I know. I mean, through much of the day, you had the high wind warnings. I'm looking now. It looks like still the wind advisories there for parts of Arkansas, much of eastern Texas, northern Louisiana. So I guess still a breezy night out there.
Yeah, driving heavy misting rain. Having to run the wipers full blast and all of that just to try to clear it, and it's getting okay, there we go. It's getting quite rough. I got a lot of load tonight, and you talk about pucker factor. I couldn't pass a greased grain of rice right now. I'm telling you.
Wow.
And what the hell is foliage?
Well, that's leaves on the trees.
No, so you got your I and your L crossed up. That's foliage.
Foliage. Okay, foliage.
Yeah. Hell, I get my tongue around my eye tubes and can't see what I'm saying myself most of the time. So it's no biggie and all that. As I've noticed several nights, you'd say foliage. I was like, wait a minute. And all that, like me, my dyslexia kicked in.
Foliage. All right. So. Jot to memory. Thank you. Yeah, what I'm seeing here, they're saying they're saying the winds are still 20 to 35 and gusting to 50 for north central, northeast, and east central Texas.
Yeah, and then coming across all these mountain ridges up here and these elevated roadways, some of these up here are like 200-300 feet off the ground up here on 49. So you're hanging the 10 in the wind and all that, and hopefully you hadn't gone on a diet and got real light up here.
I hear you. Okay.
Unfortunately tonight I was hoping and praying and all that before I even got to work. Got to work and jerked the bay door open and looked in there and it's like, oh God, this is going to be fun. And so I went ahead and called my guys up north up here at Springdale at my turnaround depot where I go and unload and reload. I said, you might as well break out the cards, son, because my 11:30 door time, you can forget that.
Well, both hands on the wheel there, Scrapyard. Thanks for checking in. Have a great night and a good weekend. There's another area of the country up into parts of Virginia, West Virginia, that also are dealing with the winds tonight. Yeah, it looks like wind advisory is in effect until 11 a.m. Friday morning. So overnight, we're talking 15 to 25 miles per hour, sustained gusts up to 50 miles per hour. So this is like Tazewell and Bath counties in Virginia, West Virginia, Mercer, Sommers, Greenbrier counties, especially in the higher elevations like he was talking about. Yeah, there in Texas, the higher up in the atmosphere you get, the stronger the winds are blowing. What are they saying? East winds 20 to 30 miles per hour, gust 50 to 55. The strongest winds along the ridge tops. So in Maryland, they're talking Garrett County, Virginia, Western Highland and Eastern Highland counties. Northern Virginia, you got the Blue Ridge and the Central Virginia Blue Ridge. Western Grant, Western Pendleton, and Eastern Pendleton counties. That wind advisory going to be until 2 o'clock this afternoon here on Friday. Meanwhile, it is 844-3388 as we head into Halloween weekend. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The company owning Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp undergoing a name change. CEO Mark Zuckerberg saying it's part of a larger rebranding effort that aims to
reflect who we are and what we hope to build. Starting today, our company is now Meta.
That's Meta. President Biden declared from the White House on Thursday morning that there had been agreement reached within his own party on his big social spending bill, but now progressives are holding up a vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was supposed to happen on Thursday, because they want to make sure that larger social spending bill has the support of moderate Democrats in the U.S. Senate. Besides slamming the bill itself, the Republican leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, says of the leader of that chamber,
Speaker Pelosi has destroyed this institution.
And this is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3600. 3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, on a Friday morning, and we'll get back to your calls here in just a second. Hello, Larry. Larry's on board. Shocking hour of the day, as he puts it. But this is the day he's heading in for the early morning safety meeting with the drivers there in Louisville. Safe travels. Have a great morning, Larry. Good to have you with us. Yeah, well, so on board. Hello to Kentucky Ken. It was good to hear from Kentucky Ken last night back out there driving truck for a living. Getting all settled in. Happy Friday, overnight drive crew. Safe travels. Good to have you with us, Kentucky Ken. Got an email. Always moving, checking in this morning. She says, hello, Steve. I'm having a fabulous vacation at home on the farm. Like a staycation, right? I've been listening to the show each night. Great callers, great subjects as always. I ran across this article that she attached in the email. It makes me sad. But at the same time, at least Biden is admitting his and others' desire to make people dependent on the government. The title of the article she sent me is Biden, Women Don't Need a Man When They Can Rely on the Government. That's the story. Yeah, let's all just rely on Uncle Sam, right? Always Moving goes on to say that is the government, and individuals should be encouraging every American, every individual, independence, self-reliance, self-pride, a strong work ethic. using your brain to think smart and think outside the box when necessary. Be creative. Accountability, responsibility, a sense of community, a giving heart, making good choices, respect for others, and so many positive attributes that are increasingly disappearing or being eroded away in this society. Anyway, I'll step off my soapbox for now. Maybe I'll check in later on tonight or in the morning, I guess that would be. Anyway, have a wonderful night. Respectfully, always moving. All right. Enjoy that staycation there on the farm. All right, back to the phones here. Eagle on board tonight. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing tonight? Yeah, I had a couple of technical difficulties last night. I've been working pretty hard. I fell asleep last night. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I definitely want to catch up tonight. You know something, Steve, man? I'm in Texas tonight. I'm on my way back home. I'll be off this weekend. But you know something? This totally disgusts me, Steve. You know, I know that this guy is not going to do nothing about it. I've been talking to you about this for a long time, for over a year now. And now we got another crisis coming up, a border crisis. Another caravan is headed to the United States, Steve. And this time, if they call it the mother of all caravans. They claim now that there could be, it started out with, I think 2,000-3,000 people. And now last update I got today, maybe got the update. They said it's over 5,000 individuals. As they go along, more and more people are joining this caravan. Have you heard about that?
I have, and last evening, when you dozed off, I touched on one story where the Panamanian government is telling us there's about 65,000 in total that are trying to make their way here.
65,000?
Yes, that's the number from Panama, yes.
That's unbelievable. This is totally ridiculous, Steve. What are we going to do? This is an invasion. I read something on my phone earlier tonight before you went on the air, and one of these people said that they were ready to go to war with the United States. These people I've never seen nothing like this before in my life, Steve. These people are literally trying to bogart their way into the United States. These people act like we have to let them in. I've never seen a situation like this. These people actually believe that they have the right to come in this country illegally. It makes this makes absolutely no sense, Steve. What's going on? And Joe Biden and Kamala, the so-called border in charge of the border situation. Where is Kamala? Yep. Where is she at? Why is she not doing anything? This has to be stopped, Steve. We cannot allow 65,000 or whatever the number is going to be. We cannot allow these people to just walk into the United States. But like I say, George, the governor of Texas, he's already. As I was driving today, Steve, you very rarely see a state trooper vehicle in the state of Texas. Greg Abbott has dispatched every state trooper available to the southern border down by Del Rio, Texas, where they came in last time. Just about every state trooper that's available in the state of Texas has been dispatched to the border. Since Joe Biden won't do anything to stop it, this is just sickening. What's going on, Steve? And like I say, the Border Patrol, he's got the National Guard. Greg Abbott is doing everything he possibly can to keep this border secure. And Joe Biden is just turning his back to the situation. It's just unbelievable what's going on, Steve. And how these people can continue. Joe Biden can call himself the president of the United States, and Kamala can call herself the vice. It's just not right for these people. Joe Biden, he should be, I told you this a couple of days ago, Steve, Joe Biden should be on an airplane right now, flying down, instead of going over there to that other meeting that this idiot is doing, which is not going to accomplish absolutely nothing. He needs to be flying down to the southern border right now and tell these people, no, you are not wanted in this country. You will not be allowed to come in this country illegally. We will do everything we can to stop you from coming to this country. That's what he needs to be saying, because I promise you that's what Donald Trump would say if he was in the White House. And like I told you, Steve, I told you a couple of weeks ago that some of those Haitian people, and I seen it again today, they got Joe Biden T-shirts on. These people don't even speak the language. They don't even speak English, and they walking around with a Joe Biden T-shirt on in these caravans. These people are being sponsored by George Soros, Zuckerberg, and these radicalized Democrats that don't want to see another Republican like Trump in the White House. They are opening this border up, and it needs to be stopped, Steve. I'm just totally appalled at what I heard. The news. I knew that they had another caravan coming towards the U.S., but I didn't know the number was this large. And like I say, this is literally an invasion, Steve. I don't care what nobody say. These people they don't have guns and weapons when they come in, but they are literally invading this country when they cross that river into the United States. And we have a president who has a dereliction of duty and is not doing his job. His job, when he stepped in the White House, he said that he was going to protect the American citizens, and that he is definitely not doing that when he allows all these individuals to step into the United, not knowing who these people are, Steve. We don't know if they child molesters. We don't know if they criminals with drug dealers. We don't know if they got the coronavirus. But we don't know nothing about these people, Steve. And if that's not hurting the safety of American people, I don't know what is. And like I said, Ted Cruz, I give a man credit. He day after day he goes to Washington D.C. and speaks his mind for the American people, and I would love to shake that man's hand, because not only does he represent the state of Texas, he represents all Americans that care about this country, and I'll support Ted Cruz and people like him every day of the week because these people want to protect America, and but something has got to be done, Steve. I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. Can we make it another 3 years of Joe Biden, Steve? I don't think the United States can make another 3 years. I am really scared. I'm really scared what's going to happen to this country before we have the next election. It's hard for me to even sleep at night knowing that we have another caravan headed to the USA, and these people are just going to bogart their way. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, maybe you could check. Did you hear about this? That the Democrats are trying to award these people $450,000, these illegal immigrants to this country. They're trying to pass the bill to award people coming to this country $500,000 for nothing, and they won't even give an American person, not nearly a man that's a veteran of the war. They got him sleeping in a cardboard box, and yet they want to give somebody that comes to this country illegally money. This is totally devastating, and like I said before, I don't know if the USA can stand another 3 years of Joe Biden, Steve. This is a real sad situation, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Now, don't be confused. I mean, when I use that number of 65,000, that's not 65,000 in one group that are marching here like right now. Yeah, the Panamanian government has been, they said we've been sounding the alarm on this for months. Yeah, those are the numbers that have crossed, what is it called? The jungle area, the treacherous, I think they call it the Darien Gap. And once they've crossed the Darien Gap, they could be from anywhere, Central America. Most of them are Haitians. But once they cross the Darien Gap, eventually they make their way across that border into Mexico. The current caravan, yes, there's at least 2,000 that are marching together right now. And he's Governor Abbott yesterday kind of outlined the steps that Texas is taking. More than $3 billion of state taxpayers' money appropriated so the state can meet the obligations that, as he says, the federal government and the Biden administration won't. Speaking on Newsmax, he said, listen, we have to do it. We have to secure our border while the federal government twiddles their thumbs. We are carefully monitoring the latest caravan, at least 2,000 from Central America and the Caribbean. pushing to reach the U.S. border. Texas will be ready to push back the caravan as well as others, according to the governor. He said, quote, "We're adding thousands upon thousands of National Guard as well as Texas Department of Public Safety to secure the border. As we speak right now, they're barricading the border using different strategy. They are laying miles of razor wire upon razor wire. We're using huge shipping containers to block the border. We're identifying the most likely locations where people may be trying to enter and doing all that can be done to secure those areas." In addition to that, what Texas is also doing is building its own border wall, and we expect to have some of that wall up as early as within the next couple of months. We've got a new program in place where people who come into the state of Texas and are trespassing in our state, we are arresting them and putting them in jail as opposed to Joe Biden's catch and release program. Still, the president and vice president and the administration are working against the state of Texas, our efforts to secure our border and keep our own state safe. It's been unbelievable, he said. First, they've abandoned the border. Yeah, they're not enforcing the law. Now the administration has actually filed a federal lawsuit against him because he used an executive order that prohibits the movement of migrants across Texas to stop what I was trying to do to just better contain the health and safety of our own state. So not only not helping them, but doing their best to hinder securing the state border. Yeah, the lesson we've learned from all of this is that elections have consequences. We see the consequence of Biden being the president. We need a change in this administration. This is devastating to the United States. Meanwhile, I guess they ask him as a governor what he thinks about the misdemeanor sex crime charge that was filed against New York's former governor Cuomo. And he responded by saying, governors need to uphold the highest standards. We need to live by the highest standards and demonstrate the standards. Yeah, Cuomo, so the headlines this past day is, I guess he's going to find himself in handcuffs here in short order. I don't know, it could be today, maybe sometime over the week. See if I can pull up the rest of that story, but yeah, he's officially going to be charged. What is the headline? Ousted New York Governor Cuomo to be arrested and charged for groping a former aide. A misdemeanor sex offense filed in a court in Albany, according to a spokesperson there for the New York State courts. That was filed yesterday. Meanwhile, it is 9 before the hour. 2-minute timeout on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
So we heard from the inbred redneck during the program last night. Anybody take his advice? He was talking about the cryptocurrency, something called Safe Moon. Yeah, recall that? Safe Moon. I had never heard of it. But yeah, at one point this past day, Safe Moon was up like 54%. I mean, was it 50% on the day? I'm looking at the chart over the last 24 hours. It's up like nearly 35%. Again, it was higher by about mid-afternoon at some point in time. It saw a big jump. It's kind of crazy. How did he know that was going to do that? Now, in the last several hours, it's been trending down again, but that's, they go up and down and up and down. But yeah, it was a big jump. Now, I'm looking at a story about what may very well be, because the other one was the Shiba Inu. Spaceman is the one that emailed about that last evening. Get a load of this. It's what is being dubbed as the greatest individual trade of all time. A crypto investor turned about $8,000 into about $5.7 billion by purchasing trillions of Shiba Inu coin shortly after it debuted. The series of trades started in August of 2020, when the investor bought about 70 trillion, that is with a T, 70 trillion Shiba Inu coins, according to the Associated Crypto Wallet. Shiba Inu started trading in August 1 of 2020. And the investor took note that day and made their first purchase, buying about 70 billion coins. About the time of the investor's $8,000 purchase, Shiba Inu coins were trading at about, there's how many zeros? 0.0000. There's like 8 or 9 zeros. Today, the currency is trading at about, there's only 4 zeros in front of it, which represents a swift 14-month gain of more than 7 million %. That crypto wallet now owns more than 13% of the total supply of Shiba Inu coins. A total circulating supply of 549 trillion with a T. I mean, we're just tossing around trillions like it's no big deal. All right. The move higher has been kind of a head scratcher for many investors. As I said, where inbred redneck made the call last evening. Why? What? How do these? The Shiba Inu coin is another one of those deals it was another joke. It was just introduced, nothing more than a joke, based on the Dogecoin. The Dogecoin, which was a joke, which itself that was created to make fun of other cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ether. Now, whether the 70 trillion Shiba Inu coin holder, whoever that might be, would be able to liquidate their holdings without tanking the price remains to be seen. Yeah, that's the thing. Because I guess these traders can see they can see the number of coins in a wallet, but they have no idea who owns the wallet. If this guy starts trying to cash out, make his fortune, everybody dumps their coins because the price begins to pummel. Yeah, but I don't know. It's all Greek to me. Malpractice on board. What's going on? Happy Friday.
Well, hello, Brother Steve. How you doing today?
Doing just fine. Thank you. Happy Friday.
Good. You're going to remember this voice. You know what makes me mad? You know what makes me angry? I feel like I went to bed and woke up and I'm living in Russia. Even you added to it just a little bit ago. Sheba. I wouldn't even name a cat Sheba, much less a dog or all this coinage crap. And I got a beef with the IRS. I spent 2.5 hours on the phone the other day. They're wanting to give these immigrants that's coming across there illegally, wanting to give them $450,000. They've owed me $10,288 since February of this year. And you know what? I was on the phone with them for 2.5 hours, and the lady goes, "Oh, well, it's not pending anymore. But you know what? We don't know when we'll get it to you. But you're willing to give these people a trip out of the border on planes, buses, whatever it takes to wherever they're going. Give them money, put them up in motels. What in the world? You know what makes me mad? We have moved into a cotton-picking, a communist country, and in what, 10 months? I mean, good Lord, Steve, I'll tell you what, I'm about to have a stroke. I just feel like, I don't know. I mean, it just got ridiculous. And then I don't know if you heard about it, but today I heard them saying that with the new mandates on the stupid vaccine, that truck drivers, that they're going to lose over 1 million truck drivers just if they make that, stick,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sitting there thinking, they can't get nothing hauled now. I mean, and one more thing, and I'll shut up. The guy was talking about all these illegals. I tell you, I'm just all bent up tonight. But anyway, all these illegals drive trucks. They act like they're a bunch of kamikazes. You'll be driving into traffic, and they're flying past you, driving on the shoulder. They can't read to begin with because they give interpreters. Because I was in the license branch, and one guy had an interpreter to get your CDL. If you can't read a stupid sign, you need to be off the road. You don't need to be on the road. All right, Steve, I love you. God bless all there, and God bless America. I'm out of here.
Malpractice. Take a lisinopril, you'll be all right. But yeah, essentially what you did, you went to sleep and you woke up in the twilight zone. That's the way it feels today. It's just, all right, we get our top of the hour news update. Hey, Always Moving is on the line, I do believe, and we'll get to her. Otherwise, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The company owning Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp undergoing a name change. CEO Mark Zuckerberg saying it's part of a larger rebranding effort that aims to
reflect who we are and what we hope to build. Starting today, our company is now Meta.
That's Meta. President Biden declared from the White House on Thursday morning that there had been agreement reached within his own party on his big social spending bill, but now progressives are holding up a vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was supposed to happen on Thursday, because they want to make sure that larger social spending bill has the support of moderate Democrats in the U.S. Senate. Besides slamming the bill itself, the Republican leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, says of the leader of that chamber,
Speaker Pelosi has destroyed this institution.
And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Senator Richard Burr being investigated for possibly violating insider trading laws, the SEC revealing in a new court filing on Thursday that they're probing the North Carolina Republican over a move to sell over $1.6 million in stocks just before the market crashed last year. Most parents say they are not going to rush to get their younger children vaccinated for COVID-19, even if it is fully approved by the FDA and CDC, as it's expected it will be by early next week. The poll finding that moms and dads are very worried about vaccine safety, and they say they're going to wait and see how things work out with the first kids to get the shots before they bring their own. A Falcon 9 rocket still set to blast off from Florida on Halloween. SpaceX successfully test firing the rocket's engines in recent hours, and forecasters say there is an 80% chance the weather will be ideal for that launch. And this is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis announces that Florida has filed a lawsuit against the Biden administration, claiming that vaccine mandates are an abuse of power.
Today, the state of Florida has filed another lawsuit against the Biden administration. This lawsuit challenges the Biden administration's order imposing a vaccine mandate on federal contractors, which would apply on December 8th.
Biden announced a vaccine mandate for private sector employees, healthcare workers, and federal contractors on September 9th. Democrats are continuing to react to a new social infrastructure bill, which has reportedly been negotiated down from its $3.5 trillion price tag down to $1.75 trillion. One of the measures not in the bill is an expansion of federal paid family leave. That is a provision Senator Kristen Gillibrand has fought for.
Of course, it's disappointing. However, a lot of what I have fought for is in there that I'm really excited about. Something like universal pre-K, affordable daycare, middle-class tax cuts. Those are things that are really going to help people recover, create a new framework for work, which I think really helps to get more families working, earning their full potential. And then there's a whole bunch of investments in addressing severe weather and global climate change, which I think is essential.
Gillibrand says she's continuing to work with Senator Joe Manchin on the family leave proposal. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, round number 2 on a Friday morning. Working our way into a Friday, time zone to time zone. Well, what's our Halloween forecast this year? It's looking relatively mild, if not a bit chilly, across much of the nation, as kids and families gear up for dressing up trick-or-treat time. All right, looks like the forecast, obviously, it varies widely across the country. Halloween snow showers in the forecast for some. The potential for a white Halloween is highest in the Rockies, where forecasters say a mix of rain and showers could make you want to add an extra layer of warmth to that costume. Looks like a damp, cold night for trick-or-treating could also be in store for those in the northern plains, as a stormy mix of showers and maybe some snow in the forecast. Similar chilly conditions holding across the Midwest. A cold Halloween night in store for Chicago and the Great Lakes region. A rainy, snowy mix could creep below the border and blanket parts of northern Minnesota. Further off to the east, brisk winds will keep conditions chilly in the Midwest and Ohio Valley. Temperatures may be a little bit above average there, though. Now, where will the rain possibly ruin your Halloween? Some of our major metro areas, including Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., New York City, should enjoy seasonably average conditions. There's a chance for some scattered precip during the day. In some places further inland, the chance for scattered precip could extend down into the Appalachians. Across the east, a large portion of the Northeast, including all of New England. Going to have to keep an eye on the weather, find maybe a dry hour to get out there and collect candy, as a swath of showers is going to spread north through much of eastern Canada as well. All right, after enduring the recent drenching storm parade, the bomb cyclones out west, the western states can look forward to Halloween for some of the most ideal trick-or-treating weather conditions. High pressure is building out west. It's going to dry out California, the Great Basin, right up through the Northwest, just in time for the celebrations. Temperatures in the valleys expected to be maybe near or a little bit above normal. The potential for a Santa Ana wind event in Southern California will make for some breezy conditions through the evening. Throughout the desert Southwest, mild conditions, higher than average temperatures, making things more bearable or more breathable for those costumes. With mostly clear skies, average temperatures, dry weather, those in the southeast and the southern plains should also expect some mild conditions. After a week full of severe weather, much of the weekend may be spent more on cleaning up Mother Nature's mess rather than going door to door, though. Well, there you go. Look at our Halloween forecast. So you're enjoying that staycation on the farm. Good morning, Always Moving.
Happy Halloween. Yes, I am. I am absolutely loving it. I have the best birthday gift ever. My daughter called me from Idaho. Got to talk to her. That was fabulous. A friend came down, and she was going to come down for just a day or two, and she has spent the week, and we've just had a ball getting around doing stuff, and just nice to have company around with no bells. I have no bells I have to listen to, so that's fabulous. And just enjoying my home. which is really nice because I'm always moving, always gone. And, it's nice to be able to just be at home and look out my windows and see everything and just enjoy the peace and quiet. I absolutely love it.
That's great.
So the gentleman before me, I am just as mad as he is. When I heard about that payment, I didn't hear about it until you mentioned it, and I was blown away by it. But again, not totally surprised, because there's that giant toilet again that the government just likes to keep taking our money and flushing it down that toilet instead of paying for the bills that need to be paid.
Mm-hmm.
We're just getting they are getting very, very creative at ways to just literally flush it down the toilet. We work, we're paying, and they're just flushing it down the toilet and then borrowing more from China. But as mad as I was to match him, I had to chuckle listening to him, because he reminded me as he was going on. Not only did he sound like, who is it that comes on at 5:25 in the morning, that does Wake Up America.
Earl
that
Pitts.
fella, he sounded like him, but Earl Pitts, yes. Yeah. But he also sounded just like Chevy Chase in Christmas Vacation, where he wants what you can do with his boss, and he's ranting underneath the mistletoe in front of the family when he finds out he got the Jelly of the Month Club, and he ends it with, "Hallelujah, where's the Tylenol?" And that was what was coming to mind. So I was having a big chuckle about that listening to him. But I'm with you 100% on that. I totally agree that's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And to correct Eagle, and Eagle, I hope that you're listening and not asleep. I don't know if you've heard this or not, Eagle, but the U.S. government itself is paying for the migrants to come up. They are giving billions of dollars to them, or millions or billions, whatever it is. And I have shared this with Steve earlier. They are paying for them to have mental health for coming up because it's so stressful. They're paying for them to have physical health. They're paying for them to have food and access. So George Soros isn't a bottomless pit of money that is paying for all this, but the U.S. government keeps taking our hard-earned tax dollars to pay for those people that are coming up here illegally, and then they're going to pay them more when they're here, and then they're going to pay for separating them. So that is a known fact, and I have read this, passed the statistics information to Steve. You can look it up. That is our own government that is paying for them and providing for them along their little trek. There are some other countries that are paying for it too to support them in their venture northward, but the U.S. government is the number one contributor in that. The best thing I can say is, let's go, Brandon. Let's go to all of the Brandon followers and anyone yay Brandon. I mean, really, this is shocking, and I didn't vote for the guy, that's for sure. And I certainly didn't vote for Kamala Harris or any of this. And I don't want my tax dollars spent like this. I want President Trump back in office. I want people accountable, and I want the government being held accountable to the people, not to the whims of them. And I think a lot of the people who get elected forget that you are to go and represent the people who put you there. You are not to get up there and decide, oh, you know what, I'm going to do this now. And I have a real problem with the senator in our area who got elected, and I unfortunately was one of them that voted for him, and then gets up there and goes, you know what, I don't think I'm going to be a Republican. I'm going to vote a Democrat. I'm going to have a Democrat outlook on this. No. That's not who put you in office. We put you in office to do what we want. And I think a lot of people who go to office forget that it is for the people. Mm-hmm. And it's, I believe at this point, Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Schumer, bring them all up on treason charges because Eagle is right. It is an invasion. And they took an oath to protect this country. So if they're not going to protect it from an invasion, and an invasion comes in all different forms, they should all be brought up on treason. And I'm not kidding with that. I think that's where this needs to go. Unfortunately, I don't think it will happen, but I'll sign the petition for it. I'll be the one to draw it up and sign it up and send it out. They really need to be brought up on treason for not protecting this country. So anyway, I'm having a wonderful thing. I'll bring my temper down and gonna chill a little bit more. Just enjoy. I got one more day of vacation left, and it's just never long enough.
Yep.
Wish I could do more, enjoy more. But anyway, have a great show. Thank you so much.
Interesting how the
Happy Halloween to everybody.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Interesting how the paychecks tend to stop coming in if you stay on vacation. All right. The numbers she is talking about, this is what she shared a bit ago. The International Organization for Migration, whatever the hell that is, the IOM, is appealing for $74.7 million to respond to the humanitarian needs of these vulnerable migrants moving from the Caribbean and South America, crossing through Central America toward Mexico, with the ultimate destination, the United States. These highly vulnerable migrants are mainly Haitian nationals, as well as Cuban, Brazilian, and Chilean. Others are nationals from Asia and Africa. More than 100,000 so far this year have irregularly crossed the perilous Darien Gap jungle to Panama from Colombia after trekking through several countries in South America. The figure for the first 9 months of this year triples the previous record of the same route, which was back in 2016. From Panama, they continue north on a journey that is particularly hazardous for women and children. The IOM's regional office in San Jose and Buenos Aires said that the more than 200,000 Haitians who had already settled in Argentina, Brazil, and Chile after Haiti's earthquake back in 2010 are also increasingly vulnerable. So we need to help out. The impacts of the COVID pandemic, increasing xenophobia, among other factors, impacting the well-being of the community. All right, the large flows of Haitians, Cubans, and migrants of other nationalities have also stretched the capacity of many host and transit countries. Funding is needed to provide life-saving assistance and to address some of the drivers of mobility, as well as the impact on 75,000 migrant, host, and transit community members. We need food, clothing, health services, psychosocial support, safe shelter, and protection for victims and people at risk of gender-based violence and trafficking in persons. The appeal also seeks to establish region-wide migration flow monitoring systems, alert migrants to dangers ahead, like trafficking and smuggling. Okay. Yeah, so looking for more U.S. dollars. So what was the exact number? 74.7 million in this case. Our number, 844-844-3388. Thanks for sharing that. Always moving, appreciate. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, on to the industry headlines. Let me start with this one. A sad note out of New Hampshire. As state police confirm a state trooper there lost his life after his vehicle was struck by a tractor trailer early this past morning, a little after 12:30 a.m. Thursday morning. Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Staff Sergeant Jesse Sherrill was working a construction detail on northbound I-95. North of Exit 3, crews were installing a rumble strip when his cruiser was struck by the tractor trailer. He was transported to a nearby hospital, later succumbed to his injuries. The truck driver was also hospitalized but has since been released. That's all the details we have on that. Not sure what the circumstances are because that's all the info that particular story had. Well, we were
with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go on a Friday morning, and good to have you along for the ride. What's going on, Horse Feathers? Happy Friday.
Morning, Your Honor. Apparently AccuWeather lies. Got the radar on here, don't show nothing, but there's this wet stuff on my windshield. What's the deal with that? How come AccuWeather doesn't show anything, but I got wet stuff on my windows?
Oh, you got that light misty rain, or what you got?
Yeah, it's just starting. So, yeah, Northern Maryland and that. So that's what you got here. So I guess we're going to get deeper into it there as we head down into Virginia ourselves this morning there.
Yeah,
I ain't going all the way to see Straw.
I'm looking at heavier rain, like down toward Richmond and Roanoke. And it's that's going to be circulating your way, though. It's kind of moving to the north.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a glorious day, just a glorious day. So, hey, if you had that question there the other day there, Levon Miller's on there, and I just heard his ad there, about having a Dodge pickup, and you hate your transmission, and
yes,
of course you do, and driving a slush box. Yeah, you ought to talk to Strawberry there a little bit. He's a big Mopar man. I think when he bought his vehicles there, it was delivered with the brown paper bag there with the eye holes cut out that you can cover your head with when you drive one of those Mopars. But I don't know. Kind of know my opinion. I guess if your son's making out all right, I'm glad to hear that. But it wouldn't be my choice on the marketplace. But I guess there's people that like them. So it is what it is. I guess you need all kinds to make the world go round, right, Your Honor?
Yes, that is correct.
So anyways, I probably made a lot of people mad. So maybe I should put my disclaimer in. I haven't done my disclaimer in a long time.
Yes, yeah. Your opinion is the opinion of you and only you.
Well, not just that. I do want to admit that I am not prejudiced because I do hate everybody equally. So if I haven't done something to offend you yet, give me a few minutes because I definitely will get around to it. But and my views are mine personally and not anything to do with Steve Sommers, Chris Krabelchik, Lubrication Specialties, or Hotshot Secrets there. So, or any of the other sponsors. But anyway, so now we got all that out of the way. But So you mentioned at the beginning of the show there was a radio host there up in northwest Ohio there, the Cleveland area there that succumbed, I guess, from COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I take it. And
now, I don't know if
was there any mention on?
I don't know that it was COVID. I didn't see that. I saw that he had passed away.
Okay.
I'm not sure if what the cause
All right.
was.
Well, I made that assumption because he made it in the news, and of course, most of the time when you hear about people in the news gets passed away, it's always because of that. And I was going to ask if he was for the vaccine or not for the vaccine, and how the whole media was going to downplay that, make the whole deal on that there, because like Mr. Valentine there that passed, we had the whole big thing that he was supposedly against it, but really didn't tell people not to, and I don't know. It just there's people that in this whole country and around the world that no matter what their jobs are have died from COVID. They've died from cancer. They died from heart attacks. They died from everything. Car crashes, stepping off the curb, playing with your iPhone, and step out in front of a bus. I don't know. So I guess I just think people are making too big a deal about all of it. It's too bad that people die, but it happens every day. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
I'm looking here, and it appears he actually died during his broadcast this past afternoon. He was 74 years old and just, I guess, died suddenly. So I guess he had a massive heart attack while he was on the air.
All right. Well, that answered that question. But you wonder why we worry about you stroking out on us. We get a little dead air here, and you wonder why we worry about you stroking out on us.
Yep.
His spaceman, he was ready to call the ambulance there for you one time, I think, wasn't he? But anyways, that's all neither here nor there. So sorry to hear that, and condolences to the family and all that. But as you say, I've had mine. I guess I was lucky with mine because I came out of it. But I'll tell you what, trying to get my medical card isn't so lucky anymore. I tell you what, these medical examiners are making it pretty tough to try to do things. They think they're all high and mighty, and they have the degree of nurse practitioner, and they think they know more than somebody that's a cardiologist. So I don't know. I guess I think we got it straightened out now. But yeah, this one that I'm going to right now there, she thought that I needed to go for more testing of this and that. Oh boy, did she start hitting on that? Did she start hitting on that deal there for the sleep apnea? Or are you tired during the day, and do you snore, and you have this and you have that? Like, well, let's see. To begin with, what do you define as day? You consider me being tired at the time of day you're awake? Yeah, I'm tired then because I'm sleeping. Says, well, what do you mean? I said, well, I work all night. Our president said truck drivers can work at night now, so I get to work at night. My Lord, these people have not a clue. They give you, they're giving you an exam to tell you if you're physically fit to do your job, and they don't even know what your job entails to know if you can do it or not. So I don't know. It's just unreal what we have to put up with, out here to be able to make people's lives better, and they don't realize that that's what we're here for. So, but it'll be a lot better. They get all them immigrants in here. So, the guy from the president there from that Total Logistics or Total Transportation or whatever that is out of Mississippi, he was on the TV there the other night there saying he's got a fleet of like 900 power units.
Yeah.
He's got 50 or 60 of them sitting in the yard not doing anything, and he needs more drivers, and they could get a lot more done. So I'm sure he's right there on that bandwagon of bringing them in. But if memory serves me right, a few years ago, might be more than like a half dozen years, wasn't one of his trucks involved in an accident down there in Florida that had multiple vehicles, and I think one of them might have been a school bus? Do you remember that?
I do kind of recall that, yes.
Yeah, so maybe he should be careful of the type of people he's trying to hire. But they were talking about taking the people right out of the drive-in schools that had no experience of what a truck was before they went to a driving school, and we're just going to stick them right in an 80,000-pound vehicle and put them on the highway. What a great career. Go spend 3-4 months away from your family and get one day off for every week you're on the road, and I don't know, whatever. And make what'd you say yesterday? The average pay was $47,000 a year to do that?
Right in there. Yep.
Yeah. And what's the cost of food on the highway? What's the cost of food when you go to your Love's or your TA or your Pilot that you can't even get good food at? But what's the cost compared to the normal grocery store? Yeah, what is it, like double or something they charge for that service? Yeah, that's nice. But makes you wonder why I do my job and I go home every day and don't want any part of being out there with shippers and receivers and sitting in lines. Not that I don't have my own lines to sit in. I can have issues with that. I tell you what, if we run out of propane around here, I might be in a big line somewhere. I might have to go all the way to the Carolinas to find gas by what's happened in previous years. So we'll see how that works out. But anyways, I don't know. I probably haven't made any sense or said anything that anyone cares about. So I've probably done my job making everybody mad at me by now, haven't I? So anyways, but I guess hey, I got a question for you. Have you got your potato gun all converted over there to fire out eggs?
For eggs? No, I hadn't.
Eggs, yeah.
Well, for damage night?
I figured you're going to have...
That's Saturday night, right? Yeah, damage night.
Yeah, you got to have retaliation for the people that are throwing eggs towards your house, right? You can sit there with your potato gun and shoot eggs back at them. Oh, that'd be interesting.
Is that still a thing? I remember when I was a kid, they call it different things, different places around the country or whatever. But TP in people's yards, TP in the house, eggs, and a little damage night. Is that still a thing? I don't hear much about it, but I'll have to check on that. About 15 before the hour. All right, horse feathers, have a great weekend. Let me jump over to the Scarecrow. What do you say, Scarecrow?
Hey, buddy. Good to hear from you. Gotta set the record straight here now. Did we just hear that Always Moving had a birthday this week?
Well, she did say something about getting the best birthday present ever, and it kind of went right over my head. Yes, with her friend coming in, we all need to say happy birthday, don't we?
That's kind of the way I'm taking it here. So, Always Moving, happy 39th birthday to you. Like everybody's forgetting about it.
I'm thinking back. It seems like, I don't know if it was an email or if it was, I don't know where I saw the post, but yeah, she didn't hesitate to actually admit what her age was, but I can't remember what it was, but I'm not going to say. But yes, she doesn't have any qualms about telling her age.
Yeah, I think I remember something about that years back too, or a while back, but we'll say it's 39 forever.
There you go. Right.
Yeah. I mentioned in the letter the other day, I got a co-driver with me here these days, Bone Jangles, if you remember, right? And when she signed off, she mentioned happy Halloween to everybody. Well, I don't know what the hell is taking place here, but just out of the blue, those old bones sitting over in the jump seat there, they just started rattling all over the place here. First I was thinking it was maybe this industry's lousiest riding truck on Wisconsin's poorest stretch of real estate here, but I'm thinking there's a little more at play here now, because the same thing happened last night when Heatwave was on the line. He said something about, a big weekend coming up, the wedding and all, and I think he mentioned Halloween too. Well, the same thing happened here last night. Those bones, they just started rattling all over the place, and I think he actually started levitating across the seat for a little bit there. But anyway, thinking about that wedding that's pending there, the big weekend and all, there's probably a reason that his kids chose this particular weekend with Halloween close by and all. He said he didn't know what their dress theme might be and all, but I'm almost speculating that I'd witnessed an online wedding here a little while back. An acquaintance of mine worked at a warehouse down in Milwaukee, and he said, yeah, they're going to Las Vegas. They had a theme wedding in mind. So they gave us the information to, watch it and from home. And yeah, it was a graveyard theme.
Mm-hmm.
He was dressed as a Dracula, and she was dressed up in somewhat of a Lily Munster outfit. And likewise, the witnesses, they were all in attire. Then the one that did the officiating, he stepped out of a wooden casket and whatnot, and he was all in the black theme and whatnot. So he might be in for a surprise when his kids break on him what their theme is going to be for the weekend.
Yeah, no doubt.
I guess we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait for his report next week. I kind of take Fridays have kind of been a free for all program for you at times, lighthearted and whatnot. But an interesting letter from Mobile One rebate today. I'd sent in a purchase for, I don't know, it was 2 or 3 5-quart jugs. I think it was about a $5 per jug rebate, up to $15. And as I don't know, 5-6 weeks back, I'd sent it in. I'd forgotten all about it here. Well, the message today said it had been denied because my purchase had exceeded quantity required for the rebate. Now, there's going to be a phone call tomorrow to try and figure out what the hell that's supposed to mean. But if Mobile doesn't want me purchasing their product anymore, I guess we can go that route too. But unless you or some of your listeners got a better explanation as to what I should be reading between the lines of,
I mean, that's
go for it.
That's a new one on me. I've never heard of exceeding the quantity. I mean, normally you don't meet the requirements. Purchase. You didn't didn't purchase. You had to get 3 bottles or whatever, and you only bought 2. But so if you buy 5, I don't get it.
Yeah, that's like it's got me swinging and whatnot. So I guess that'll be something that'll fill up for probably a couple hours of my time, tomorrow or later on here today. And for what it's worth, Heatwave, following your adventures in home improvement there, it looks like we may have to pop for a new furnace ourselves. But I guess in our case, there's no warranty involved, and at 40 years of age, it owes us nothing. So,
oh boy, you got 40 years out of it? All right, they don't make them like they used to. Once you replace it, get ready to replace it every 10 or 15 years. That's the way things work these days. All righty, thank you much, Scarecrow. Yeah, if you missed, I was able to share the photograph of his co-driver a couple of mornings ago on my Facebook page. Mr. Bone Jangles for Halloween as co-driver. It is 9 before the hour. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back on a Friday. TGIF. Well, inbred redneck, what did you do to Safe Moon?
Well, brother, I didn't do a thing. I just analyzed it, brother. It popped up like 55% today. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, buddy. I'm telling you, it's going to go to the moon now, brother. It's going to make my Dogecoin gain of this year look like nothing. That daggone GPS piping on there, brother. Let me tell you, now it's a great day to be alive. Bitcoin went up, Dogecoin went up. I put on my channel that Shiba Inu was going to go down. That was a little sneak peek for this morning. Yeah, I posted that about 5 o'clock this morning before everybody lost their butt on it. So I hope that helped out. Spaceman's friend.
I'm looking here. There's 585 trillion, 585.5 trillion of these things.
Yeah, and I got 250 million of them, Steve. So I'll let y'all do the math on that. So, well, Steve, it's one of those things that, it's valued very low because of the circulating supply. And it's pretty much just now launching off. So, the whole deal with Bitcoin is that they're only going to make 21 million. We've got almost like a trillion Safe Moons already out there. Well, and they're valued way under a penny. So say if we even approach a penny, at the point that you buy in, when it's first launching, I mean, Steve, it's ridiculous how many you can get for $100.
Mm-hmm.
I put it that way. You're in the millions. So, it's all about the math on it, So, I'm not going to tell anybody there ain't no risk at it because there's a high risk at it. There's some of them I've lost my butt on, like ones that you never even hear of now. Apollo. Yeah, that was a dud. But I didn't have too much into it. Put $10 into it when it first launched. And guess what? I'm out $10, but I'm not going to cry.
Right.
It's done and over with. It's a gamble. It's the same if you went to the daggone casino and dropped 10 in a slot machine. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I'm going to give everybody the exit plan on my Safe Moon, buddy. Once it hits like, I had the math figured up earlier. 1/10,000th of a penny, I'll probably be selling out. And that way, what I got in there, I will pretty much have tripled my money. So it won't be too bad. I'll put time taxes get through with me. Probably about $4,000 into my pocket out of an original investment of about $300. Almost a year ago. So
okay,
that's not too bad, buddy. You know, it's like playing the penny stock. You know, Dogecoin, it gets back up there again. Guess what, Steve? Still got about 350,000 of those. So,
what?
know.
I haven't paid any attention to that one. What did it drop down to?
It went down to about a quarter, and then it was playing around in that range, and it got a pretty good little boost today. Went up 25%. So it's right around 30 the last I checked.
Okay,
could be a little bit higher than that. So, but on my original investment on that, Steve, I think I put. It was either $100 or $200 into that, but I had to wait years on that one to come home. So it's just a game. You know what I'm saying, buddy? And really, I'd like to kick myself because a couple of years before that, I had let go of 1 million Dogecoin to buy some cryptocurrency that's only worth maybe 30 cents today. But and I hadn't even checked on it. I've got a few of those, but it's the up and downs of it, buddy. And anybody wants to know, they can check out my YouTube channel, Redneck Investment Strategy Knowledge.
There you go. Now, did you intentionally alter your voice on that? Because with the link you sent me, you sounded like Donald Duck or something.
Oh, yeah, Steve. I do that, because people say, well, he's just a redneck and he just sing-songy along there and dragging his words out. I can't stand it. So I alter the voice and speed it up. Then about halfway through, it slows back down, and then it speeds up at the end.
Ah, okay. Well, I didn't get through, but at first, a little bit. So, but I was beginning to check that out. Okay. Well, it's good to hear from you. Good luck, and thanks for the advice. I don't know if anybody wants to jump in. Hey, it's like shooting craps, right? Safe moon. And we'll be back. Closing out hour number 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The company owning Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp undergoing a name change. CEO Mark Zuckerberg saying it's part of a larger rebranding effort that aims to
reflect who we are and what we hope to build. Starting today, our company is now Meta.
That's Meta. President Biden declared from the White House on Thursday morning that there had been agreement reached within his own party on his big social spending bill, but now progressives are holding up a vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was supposed to happen on Thursday, because they want to make sure that larger social spending bill has the support of moderate Democrats in the U.S. Senate. Besides slamming the bill itself, the Republican leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, says of the leader of that chamber,
Speaker Pelosi has destroyed this institution.
And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot VpN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Senator Richard Burr being investigated for possibly violating insider trading laws, the SEC revealing in a new court filing on Thursday that they're probing the North Carolina Republican over a move to sell over $1.6 million in stocks just before the market crashed last year. Most parents say they are not going to rush to get their younger children vaccinated for COVID-19, even if it is fully approved by the FDA and CDC, as it's expected it will be by early next week. The poll finding that moms and dads are very worried about vaccine safety, and they say they're going to wait and see how things work out with the first kids to get the shots before they bring their own. A Falcon 9 rocket still set to blast off from Florida on Halloween. SpaceX successfully test firing the rocket's engines in recent hours, and forecasters say there is an 80% chance the weather will be ideal for that launch. And this is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis announces that Florida has filed a lawsuit against the Biden administration, claiming that vaccine mandates are an abuse of power.
Today, the state of Florida has filed another lawsuit against the Biden administration. This lawsuit challenges the Biden administration's order imposing a vaccine mandate on federal contractors, which would apply on December 8th.
Biden announced a vaccine mandate for private sector employees, healthcare workers, and federal contractors on September 9th. Democrats are continuing to react to a new social infrastructure bill, which has reportedly been negotiated down from its $3.5 trillion price tag down to $1.75 trillion. One of the measures not in the bill is an expansion of federal paid family leave. That is a provision Senator Kristen Gillibrand has fought for.
Of course, it's disappointing. However, a lot of what I have fought for is in there that I'm really excited about. Something like universal pre-K, affordable daycare, middle-class tax cuts. Those are things that are really going to help people recover, create a new framework for work, which I think really helps to get more families working, earning their full potential. And then there's a whole bunch of investments in addressing severe weather and global climate change, which I think is essential.
Gillibrand says she's continuing to work with Senator Joe Manchin on the family leave proposal. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, on a Friday morning, TGIF. Ready for the weekend. Hope you've had a good week. It's been better for some than others. Hello to Billy the Kid checking in this morning. Friday morning. Just wanted to say hello and thank you and Chris and the gang for all you do. Been helping Big Moose all week, heading out to London, Kentucky. If you and everyone maybe can send out some good vibes, I know we can use them right about now. Dealing with a lot these days. Great show as always. Everybody be safe out there. We'll catch up with you on Monday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Thank you much, Billy the Kid. Have a safe trip. Yeah, probably a little bit of rain here and there. That's what we're dealing with in much of the eastern third of the country. Heading into the weekend here. So, Veterans Day is just around the corner now. What are we, about a week away from that, I believe, something like. And, of course, during the week of Veterans Day, OOIDA hosting their annual Truckers for Troops campaign. Pilot Travel Centers announcing that all active duty and retired military members can enjoy a free meal in honor of Veterans Day. Again, so what is it? Active duty and military members and veterans. A free meal at more than 750 participating travel center locations November the 11th. So we're almost 2 weeks away, okay. To qualify for the $10 a meal credit, active duty members and veterans must be authenticated with ID Me in the Pilot's My Rewards Plus app. Additionally, they're partnering with the Call of Duty Endowment on an in-store roundup campaign to help veterans transition to successful careers after the military. So between now and November the 15th, you can round up your purchases, and Pilot will match all those donations up to $100,000. 100% of the proceeds from the roundup will go directly to the Call of Duty Endowment. So there you go. Looking at Veterans Day just around the corner. And our number, 844-844-3388. Let's jump over. Eagle, I think, had something else you wanted to add in here. Yes, Eagle, take two. Uh-oh. Eagle's getting some rest after all this time around. Hey there, Vic, what's going on? If I can get their computer do your thing. Yeah.
Okay, you there now, Steve?
We got you. Yeah, happy Friday.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thank God it's Friday. Of course, being retired, one day kind of melts into another. And seriously, I do kind of wonder about Eagle sometimes. I think about him driving at night and stuff. He fall asleep so quickly, but I hope it all still goes well for him. And mention about that real quick. You were talking about the state troopers that got hit by a semi. Have you ever heard of the term flicker vertigo? It's something that pilots have to put up with. And I have that, and I had to watch that out there on the road because there were times when they were sitting in construction zones with all those lights blinking that I definitely had to close one eye because I would just basically go totally blind if I didn't. So they never did test me for that for the CDL. But anyhow, you just don't know who you're sharing the road with anymore. But the reason I called was about the government spending. And I seen that deal about the lawsuit today. And what I couldn't understand was, number one, I believe that the Solicitor General has to agree to have the government be sued in the first place. And I was curious why they even allowed that lawsuit to go forward, other than the fact that they're bound and determined to try to destroy anything Trump or to put as bad a light on as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand, that $450,000 payment per individual for families that were separated at the border, it was all under the Trump administration. And one of the first things that came to mind was you realize that a lot of those families were sent here by the drug cartels. So I would imagine a lot of that money will be going directly back to the drug cartels. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think the drug cartels are going to let these individuals pocket millions of dollars without them getting their cut on it. And it's like whenever they go to spend money in this country, it's like there's some big monument or something that just keeps pumping it out rather than realizing that, no, that's taxpayer dollars that come from people, working and paying those dollars in. They have absolutely no respect for the American taxpayer or whatever. And along that line, do you know who Admiral Stockdale was?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, he was H. Ross Perot's vice president running mate. He was a terrible politician, but he was the longest held POW in North Vietnam. And he also was an advisor later on had been an advisor to President Reagan. And he was talking about, you're talking about all these cryptocurrencies and everything. He was talking about making money a traceable, fungible commodity and using it as a weapon in the Cold War, which, that's pretty much how we won the Cold War. We just outspent the Soviets, and we made sure whenever we gave money to a country that they weren't going to turn around and use it against us. And there were some very liberal people that didn't like that. And in the 90s, that's when they came up with a digital currency. And some of those people are the people that later created Bitcoin, and then all the other cryptocurrencies took off from there. So, Inbred Redneck was mentioning that this was a lot like the penny stock.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much true. If you happen to get in on a good penny stock, it'll do good. And if it doesn't, it won't. And by and large, the easiest strategy is just cover the waterfront, and hopefully one winner will make up for all the losers, or other things like betting on all the long shots in a horse race, So I don't know if there's really any way that you can chart that, follow it, or anything else. But the big thing was the way the government is spending money right now, and they're trying to create these cryptocurrencies to where they can trace where people are spending money. And they want to trace how the people spend their money, but they don't really want the people tracing how they spend money.
Right.
And, last night I mentioned about Senator Manchin over there in West Virginia, and I couldn't figure out how they were going to get around this Medicaid thing because that's a state expense. Well, today Nancy Pelosi explained that. They're going to take those people that didn't take advantage of the Medicaid expansion under Obamacare, which that was only good for 2 or 3 years. Then the state had to pick up the expenses. They are going to modify Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, to where the Medicaid expenses will be picked up by the federal government. And that kind of struck me as odd, because if they did that just for West Virginia, I don't know how they're going to get away with that, because all the other states that are spending a lot of money on Medicaid, I would have to say they're going to step up and say, wait a minute, we're going to have to be covered under that too. I don't know, how expensive that will make the Obamacare, or how they're going to get people worked into it, because there are so many variations on this health care anymore. Like, you see on TV where you can be covered both by Medicare and by Medicaid. So I don't know if Medicaid is going to be moved off the state books and back onto the federal books, because, again, that will increase the federal taxes rather substantially. So, that's just one example of how you get one program and it starts, morphing into all this other stuff. And they just keep spending and spending and spending. And they really can't trace, what is the CBO calls it, when they mark up a bill and they actually give you the true expenses of everything.
Right.
You can't follow what they say in Congress, but it's those markups, and it'll show you what the actual expenses are. But by the time they get around to that, they've already passed the laws, and people have lost interest, and they move on. And then that's how we wind up with the gigantic deficits that we're having now. So, the thing that I just noticed today was that they're moving Medicare or Medicaid off the state roads and back onto the federal roads, which in some ways, since it was an unfunded mandate from the federal government, it probably should have been that way in the first place.
Yeah,
but they play so many tricks.
You notice how they're how they're trying to make it sound like we should all embrace. It's not a $3.5 trillion deal anymore. It's $1.75 trillion. We should just embrace that.
Yeah. Well, and again, talking about playing tricks, what they did, they just stretched it all out. They really didn't. They didn't ask for that much in the beginning, but they're getting all the programs in place to where they can expand them later. I think that was last week. One of the financial people went through that, and they were explaining that. And today they were talking about also, along with all the programs that came along, and they claim they're going to be paid with a billionaire tax. I forget which program it was, but I did see a little bit of it to where I think it might have been on Newsmax. They were talking about how the billionaires have all these different tax shelters and loopholes. And they said that, the billionaires aren't going to pay any of these taxes because they have a deal to where that they can move a lot of their income into some type of an insurance program, and they don't have to pay any taxes on that. And so once they get it into this insurance program and it's accumulating cash value, they can borrow against it, and they won't have to pay taxes on the money they borrowed from it. And when they die, their heirs won't have to pay any taxes because it's in an insurance program. And that was just one of the things. So the thought that the billionaire taxes are going to pay for this, that's more, I don't know what you want to call it, not exactly a red herring, but it's a false narrative, I guess you would say.
It's the thing that the average citizen is supposed to embrace because, well, you're not a billionaire and your neighbor's not a billionaire, but it's not going to affect me. And yeah, those billionaires, they've got too much money anyway, right? Example of what he was talking about when they whittle the numbers down. Remember last week that they were talking about the child tax credit? If you put that child tax credit in the bill and you mark up what it's going to cost over 10 years, it's big numbers, right? So they say, all right, we're just going to extend that child tax credit for 1 year. So you'll get that next year and then it's going to expire. No. The program is there, and next year the Democrats go back in and say, well, we're going to extend the child tax credit for another year or two. And so they haven't whittled the price tag down. It's just stretching it out, as he was trying to explain there. But we get a quick time out back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back on a Friday. Got this god-awful smell in here. And I know what it is. Those damn stink bugs. Definitely a stink bug. Trying to figure out, did I step on one or did I roll over it with my chair? I don't know. I can't find it. But man, if you've got stink bugs in your neck of the woods, you know that you don't want to grab them with the paper towel and smush them. Yeah, you want to grab them and get them out of the house. If you startle them, they'll emit that smell. And if you step on them, boy, oh boy. That's why they're called stink bugs. And it's a very distinct, annoying odor. Meanwhile, let's see here. Hello to the CNI dog. Happy Friday.
Hello, how you doing? I got a series of topics I'd like to cover real quick. You're talking about the stink bugs. We got those box elder bugs. They like to do on the siding on the house. They like to slide between the panels and hide between the panels and the wood because of the warmth of the house. And they kind of camp out there all winter long. Unless we get one of those really deep freezes for, 5 to 7 days, they'll survive. I remember we had a lot of stink bugs for 1 year. Then we had that extreme deep freeze, and it knocked out a lot of them. Second topic is TikTok. I think they're really bad for younger generation. I think the challenges are possibly getting way out of control, and places like YouTube put their TikTok videos up there, and they use it as clickbait, to keep you on YouTube. I think a good TikTok, 3 good TikTok ideas are mind your parents, make them happy. The second thing is mind your education, as far as you'd like to take it, high school or college, or maybe, postgraduate. And the third thing is get a good job and try to keep it. Those would be some good TikTok challenges, right? And for the last topic I have for you, I know I've been hammering on this, the way people drive out here, how you get pinned out in the left lane and stuff like that. I think one of the worst things that come out of this is cars are not afraid of trucks anymore whatsoever. They'll ride up on the bumper of another truck, even extreme high speeds, like 100 miles an hour, and slice in front of you at the last second. I would have to say on the 294 in the Chicago area, that's the western suburbs over there, just outside of the city, about 30 miles or so. It's crazy over there, absolutely crazy. And I think cars have no respect for trucks whatsoever, and I think that is enhancing the amount of accidents. I'm not just saying in the Chicago area, but I'm just saying probably all over the United States. And I really feel bad for them. I'm thinking in future phone calls, I'd like to do some humor. Is that all right with you?
Of course, always. Laughter is the best medicine.
Okay. I do a lot of impersonations.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah, it'll get you rolling. I promise you. It's kind of like a Jeff Dunham type thing, or a lot of impersonation. Well, I love your show, and I keep sending you emails, and keep going on, keep moving at it. I love it.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate all the help with. I get those emails and use quite a bit of that. Show support. All right, we'll get a news break coming up here. Hey, but we could be in for a geomagnetic storm for Halloween. Had a massive X-class solar flare erupted from the sun this past day. And it appears the associated coronal mass ejection from the sun could reach our planet on Saturday or Sunday, bringing a geomagnetic storm. Yes, around Halloween. A radiation storm associated with that explosion is impacting the Earth right now, they tell us. Give you a little bit more on that coming up here just ahead as we make our way into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The company owning Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp undergoing a name change. CEO Mark Zuckerberg saying it's part of a larger rebranding effort that aims to
reflect who we are and what we hope to build. Starting today, our company is now Meta.
That's Meta. President Biden declared from the White House on Thursday morning that there had been agreement reached within his own party on his big social spending bill, but now progressives are holding up a vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was supposed to happen on Thursday, because they want to make sure that larger social spending bill has the support of moderate Democrats in the U.S. Senate. Besides slamming the bill itself, the Republican leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, says of the leader of that chamber,
Speaker Pelosi has destroyed this institution.
And this is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So again, X-class solar flare. The sun is waking up. The largest solar flares are known as X-class flares, based on the classification system that divides solar flares by their strength. The smallest flares are an A-class flare. Then you've got the B, the C, the M, and then X. Kind of similar to the Richter scale when it comes to earthquakes. But each letter, they tell us, represents a 10-fold increase in energy output. As a result, this past day's X-class flare is 10 times an M-class or 100 times the strength of a C-class flare. With each letter class, there's a finer scale from 1 to 9. Now, this past day's was an X1. Coming from an active region, sunspot number 2887, detected a few days ago. According to the Space Weather Prediction Center, an S1 radiation storm started a little before 2 o'clock Eastern time this past day. Due to this event, they've issued a radiation storm warning that continues till 8:40 a.m. Eastern time this morning. Solar radiation storms occur when you have these large-scale magnetic eruptions accelerating those charged particles into the atmosphere at very high velocities. The most important particles are protons, which can get accelerated to large fractions of the speed of light. At these velocities, the protons can rush to Earth in less than an hour after the explosion. If you could imagine that. When these particles reach Earth, the fast-moving protons penetrate the magnetosphere that shields the Earth from lower energy particles. Once they get inside, they're guided down the magnetic field lines, penetrating into the atmosphere near the north and south poles. They can cause several impacts near Earth when they collide with satellites or humans in space. They can penetrate deep into the object they collide with and cause damage to electronic circuits or biological DNA. During the more extreme solar radiation storms, passengers and crew, even in high-flying aircraft, may be exposed to radiation risk. Commercial aircraft can be routed away from areas with the greatest radiation risks. So NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center categorizes solar radiation storms using the space weather scale on a scale from S1 to S5. These things can last from anywhere from hours to days. This is currently what they say a solar radiation at S1 on the scale, but rather interesting. Now, beyond the current radiation storm, scientists are monitoring and forecasting what, if any, impacts the CME will have on Earth, which can create a geomagnetic storm rated between 1 and 5. Even a G1 geomagnetic storm could create some issues. There could be some weak power grid fluctuations, minor impacts on satellite operations. The aurora borealis, or the northern lights, could be visible at higher latitudes from maybe even northern Michigan and Maine and all points north of that. Hey, so I guess they haven't said what strength of a geomagnetic storm may be coming, but they always harken back to the 1859 incident, the Carrington event, when a powerful geomagnetic storm struck the Earth, inducing the largest geomagnetic storm on record. It was so intense that it created extremely bright, vivid auroras around the planet. People in California thought the sun had come up early, if you could imagine. People in the Northeast could actually read a newspaper at night from the bright light of the aurora. People as far south as Hawaii and south central Mexico could even see the aurora in the sky. That must have been incredible. But that event severely damaged the limited electrical and communication lines that existed at the time. There weren't much. They had telegraph systems that failed. Some telegraph operators even said they were shocked. They received electrical shocks. If a Carrington event would happen in modern times, damages in this country alone would exceed $2.6 trillion. Yeah, it would just, I mean, it would devastate, the satellites. Your cell phones would no longer work. Automobiles would probably be knocked out of commission. Those electronic chips would get fried. Yeah, the entire world as we know it would come to a screeching halt. That's the kind of thing where the banking system, hey, the ATMs aren't working. There's no communication link. All the computers are down. And nowadays, that would impact, not only the power grid, but everything in water supplies. We just want to hope and pray that we're not alive if there's ever such an event, because it wouldn't be good. All right, we'll get back to your calls here. Our number, 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. Let's see here. Get to Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. Or at least everybody else can have a happy Friday. Mine got off to a rough start. I'm in a different truck tonight because my truck acted up and didn't want to run right, so I had to jump in something else. And other than playing in the fog, it's not so bad so far.
A little bit of fog.
But what I wanted to call about, what was that?
Got some. It's not foggy in my neck of the woods. Are you like over in Indiana or?
Yes, sir. I'm west of Louisville.
Oh, okay.
And far southern Indiana, and it looked like it was trying to clear up west of Louisville before I got into some of the thicker fog.
Okay.
But at least it stopped raining over here. But what I wanted to call about was Vic was talking about Medicare and Medicaid, and from my understanding was my brother's best friend is on that program right now because my brother's best friend is partially disabled and he also did not have enough money in his account to really be able to cover a lot of things. So since he's getting government assistance, he's on it's a Medicare Medicaid hybrid kind of thing. And it pays all of his medical bills. So he may have just a couple of copays, and that's it. But it also Medicare and Medicaid also covers folks in nursing homes or in long-term care facilities, since some of them will not be able to afford the long-term care. So since that runs roughly $300 a day at a lot of places in Ohio. So you start doing the math on that, and that will eat through a lot of people's savings. So when you get down under $2,000 in assets, that's usually like a bank account or and your Social Security, then you or your family member can sign you up for the Medicaid version of for nursing home coverage. I had to do that with my mom. I had to do that with my mom towards the end of her life because she couldn't afford the nursing home coverage, and we couldn't bring her home and take care of her because she was pretty bad off at the time. But it paid for just about everything towards the end of her life. So it serves its purpose.
Very good. Well, I appreciate the explanation, Eskimo Mom. Some of the first-hand experience.
Yes, and it's not easy to go through your parents' finances or your loved ones' finances to try to be able to help them be able to get stuff liquidated and enough so that they can get on it. But it's something I hope I never have to go through again.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, aside from that, be careful playing in the fog and have a good night, a great weekend. I guess, well, never mind. Your weekend doesn't start till when? Sunday night or what?
Sunday morning, and then I'm on vacation after that.
Oh, vacation. Now, are you going to do like always moving and do a staycation this time around?
Yes, sir. I am doing a staycation because Tuesday I will be working the polls at one of our county's polling locations.
That's correct. Yes, and I saw The latest numbers I saw out of Virginia is it looks like McAuliffe is probably going to be in big trouble come Tuesday.
I hope so, because because pride goes before the fall, as it says in the Bible, and you don't want to tick off parents who in many cases are trying to do the best they can for their kids.
Well, the poll numbers have dramatically turned in recent days, according to what I was seeing here. Let's see. So I got to pull up some of the latest. Yeah, 3 days ago, it was like, yeah, they're in a dead heat. And yeah, the poll I saw this past day, it had McCullough down by according to one poll, he was down by nearly 5 points. Now, there's a bunch of different polls, and as we all know too well in modern times, how much credence can you put in the polls? Because they seem to be wrong more often than they are correct. But yeah, we'll see come Tuesday. I hope and pray that the Republicans, Youngkin, is able to pull off the upset there. Meanwhile, let me give you the rest of the story on Cuomo. The misdemeanor complaint has officially been filed in court in New York, the state capital there. According to a spokesman for the courts this past day, the complaint reads, at the aforementioned date, time, and location, the defendant, Andrew M. Cuomo, did intentionally and for no legitimate purpose forcibly place his hand under the blouse shirt of the victim, which the name is redacted, and into her intimate body part, specifically the victim's breast, for the purpose of degrading and gratifying his sexual desires, all contrary to the provisions of the statute in such case made and provided. Spokespeople for Cuomo not immediately reachable at press time for this story. Of course, he resigned back in August. New York's Attorney General said a 5-month independent investigation concluded that Cuomo had engaged in conduct that violated federal and state laws. New York Post says he's expected to be arrested next week. Now, his looming arrest is believed to be the reason Letitia James decided to tell a key union leader a few days ago that she's going to actually launch a campaign for governor. Yeah, Letitia James for governor of New York. Yeah, she's the one that released the bombshell sexual harassment reports that forced Cuomo to resign in August, expected to announce her primary challenge of now Governor Kathy Hochul ahead of next week's arrest. So all this is going to be unfolding over the next few days. I don't know, with the misdemeanor count, I don't know what he'd be possibly facing as far as, yeah, it's a misdemeanor. All right, it's about 10 before the hour, and our number 844-844-3388. We return in 2 on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army. Where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, had a question via one of our viewing friends there on YouTube. Franklin says, good morning, Steve. Question. Is Joe Biden building a wall around his beach house with taxpayers' money? Yeah, when I first heard that, Franklin, I thought, wait a minute. If you're building fencing or a wall around your home, wouldn't that supposed to come out of your pocket? According to the New York Post, the answer, short answer, I believe, is yes. Despite the ongoing crisis at the southern border, the Department of Homeland Security allocated $456,548 to a Delaware construction company to build a fence around President Biden's beach house. The Bidens purchased the beach house in 2017 for $2.75 million. According to Long and Foster Real Estate, the Bidens' main home is in Wilmington, Delaware, a neighborhood called Greenville. In September, the Department of Homeland Security contracted Turnstone Holdings, LLC, for the purchase and installation of security fencing at 32 Fairview Road. The contract runs from September 21 to December 31. Here in the 2021 fiscal year, more than 1.7 million illegals detained along the Mexican border. Border Patrol arrests reaching the highest levels ever recorded after Biden reversed several of the former President Trump's border security issues, particularly construction for the border wall. January 20 of this year. Hey, that was the day he was sworn in, was it not? Joe Biden said, building a massive wall that spans the entire southern border is not a serious policy solution. It is a waste of money that diverts attention from genuine threats to our homeland security. Yes. And the drugs just pouring in. Border Protection has seized 10,586 pounds of fentanyl this year. I mean, more than 4 times the amount during the last year of the Trump administration. And according to the Drug Enforcement Administration, a lethal dose of fentanyl is 2 milligrams. So the amount of fentanyl that's been confiscated by Customs and Border Protection would be enough to kill over 4 billion people. Yet President Biden plans to use the border wall's unspent funds on environmental projects, biological, cultural, natural resource surveys at the southern border, rather than addressing the crisis. Now, they say these security measures are not the first actions taken to protect Biden's beach house. The Secret Service and local law enforcement have set up checkpoints at intersections near the president's house. They've created security zones in the bordering waterways. They've placed temporary flight restrictions over the area, again, according to the New York Post. But last I checked, the Department of Homeland Security is a federal agency, and the federal government does not have any money unless they take it from the American people in the form of taxes. So, yes, to answer your question, Franklin, they are building a fence around his home with our money, while the border remains wide open. Hey, what's going on? Happy Friday, Philip. I'm hearing in our news breaks that maybe getting a launch here this Halloween weekend, SpaceX.
Oh yeah, it's coming. It's they're going to start televising it tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. It's going to go off at almost 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'll be up when it goes off. So I was listening to your talking about the sun with the solar flares there, Steve. You know what an EMP is, right?
Yeah, electromagnetic pulse, yes.
Yeah, well, that incident you were talking about there, that's essentially what it was back in the day. If we had that today, it'd burn a lot of stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
That and radiation of that magnitude, if we were out there and got that kind of radiation, it'd pulverize you. That's the reason people weren't really made to go into space. But that radiation out there is bad. That's a lot worse than a nuke. I mean, that amount of radiation hitting you is bad. That's the reason why up in the North Pole and the South Pole, that's the reason why the daylight is, there's so many hours of daylight. Sometimes there's no nighttime up there either as well because of that. So that's serious business. I mean, you could shut down some computers left and right. I know back in the day when the old drivers were around, we used linears on our CVs to extend the signal out. If you had a big enough linear and you were at an intersection where the old computers were at a grocery store, you could shut them down with the big linears back in the day. So I can just imagine what something like that when it hit the earth would be like. So, but other than that, I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Doing well. Yeah, Friday, ready for the weekend. No big plans on my slate this weekend, but.
Well, we had one heck of a storm come through yesterday afternoon through here. Had tornado warnings and everything out over here. I don't think anything happened with us over here in Florida, but I heard Louisiana had a few, and they had some out in Texas and whatnot. But that was a pretty good storm to come through. I guess it stretched out almost to Miami from what I could see of it on the radar. I think it's all out in the ocean now, and they were talking about it might go back up into South Carolina. Do you hear anything about that?
No, that I have not seen.
Yeah. But that's pretty much all I got to say, Steve. It's everything's still the same. And that building the wall thing there, I tell you what, go from one extreme to another, Maybe they're going to put up a nice green fence for him. Hopefully they do. It's made out of plastic from them bleach jugs, that everybody throws their bleach jugs away and they recycle them and make a nice fence out of them and sell it back to you for thousands of dollars a section. So maybe they're doing that for him, but $450,000, man, I can build one heck of a fence. I mean, shoot, I priced it at my house and I could put a fence up around where I want to. At my house, I had about $10,000, but man, $456,000. That's got to be a big old place.
I'm not sure how. I'm curious as to how much real estate he's got, how much acreage they're going to have to fence in for that price. Wonder how tall his fence is going to be.
I don't know. I do know this, and it's public knowledge that every president that's still alive is being protected by the Secret Service in some means or form. So we're paying for all that. And that's a lot of money when you look at the amount of security it takes for those guys. Now, I don't, I mean, that's part of the deal when you're president. I mean, Bush and Carter, and they're being taken care of. I understand that they know stuff that we don't know, which they have to be protected. I understand that. And that's a lot of money to be spent on there, especially going down to the private residence. And you think about all the money that was spent back in the day on Kenny Bumport. I'm pretty sure that Obama's got a ton of them around his place. I imagine there's a pretty big fence around his house. So it is what it is. But with that, I'll let you go, bud. You have a good one. Thank you.
All right. Enjoy that launch. I mean, if I were working, I'd be up where I could kind of pull it up on the computer. But yeah, on a Saturday morning, which I will not be working, typically come 3 a.m., I'm definitely sawing logs. All right. Lines available here on a Friday morning. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is promoting the framework deal on President Biden's social spending bill. The California Democrat opening a briefing and saying it represents President Biden's big vision for America. The $1.75 trillion measure would expand government while aggressively working to combat climate change. This as House Minority Leader from California, Kevin McCarthy, says the Democrats' Build Back Better framework was thrown together at the last minute.
When the White House rushes out a framework hours before the president comes to the Hill, they are desperate and just grasping for straws. This is no longer a Congress where the best ideas compete. They're now competing for a vote based upon when Air Force One lands in Rome.
The cost of the initial bill proposed was $3.75 trillion. USA Radio News.
Just in time for Christmas giving, the classic MyPillow bundle available right now through MyPillow.com. You've heard me talk for over 3 years now about how MyPillow has given me a better night's sleep. Well, now you can get a standard queen or king size MyPillow for as low as $19.98, and they'll be delivered in plenty of time for Christmas giving. This classic MyPillow bundle includes a press and pack bag so that you can put the MyPillow in the press and pack bag, pack it away for the holidays, and take it to wherever you go. You can also wrap it that way. Perfect for your Christmas giving. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, and click on the classic MyPillow bundle. Save yourself a bunch of money on a MyPillow right now by going to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA.
Taiwan's president is confirming a United States military presence in her country.
Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen reported Thursday that a small number of American troops are on the island for training purposes, and she has faith the United States would defend the democracy against a Chinese military attack. When asked how many U.S. military personnel were on the island, Tsai responded by saying, "Not as many as people thought." This is the first time the presence of U.S. troops on the self-governing island was announced since the last U.S. garrison left in 1979. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The NFL will require teams to interview more minority candidates for top positions. The league's new rule says at least 2 minorities from outside the organization must be interviewed for coordinator roles, which include offense, defense, and special teams. The same rule will apply for open general manager and executive vice president of football operations roles. USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Some Americans are leaving their jobs because of a coronavirus vaccination requirement. A survey from the Kaiser Family Foundation shows 5% of unvaccinated adults have done so. It comes as the feds are getting ready to roll out a rule that says companies with 100 or more employees have to require vaccination or regular testing for COVID. Allison Williams was a reporter with ESPN. She left the company because they were requiring her to get a COVID-19 vaccine.
I had to do what was best for my health individually, and I had to consider where my husband and I were at in our family planning. And this wasn't a vaccine that I was comfortable with receiving at this time, given our desires to grow our family. I knew I wasn't at high risk for COVID. I then got COVID. It was a very mild illness for me. So there really was no compelling health reason for me to get this injection. It really just came down to keeping my job. And I want to make it clear, I'm not anti-vax, but right. I am absolutely anti-mandate. These are wrong. It violates bodily autonomy. When we allow corporations or governments to tell us what is best for our health, that is a scary place to be.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. Florida is suing the federal government to stop the vaccine mandate aimed at federal contractors. More news online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Well, I got to figure if I'm paying more for ground beef, everybody else is paying more for ground beef. Well, the fast food joints are paying more for ground beef. They got to pass it on. And wages are going up. I guess McDonald's becomes the latest to announce forced to raise hourly wages and retain workers, as well as give raises averaging 15% to workers already on the payroll. Menu prices are going up at Mickey D's. All told, payroll costs are up 10% this year. Costs for the commodities that America's leading fast food chain pays are going up 3.5%, 4%. So all told, you can expect to have it your way for about 6% more. Starbucks is experiencing similar labor and cost pressures, announcing earlier this week, we touched on that, going to boost their hourly wage to like $17 an hour by the end of the year from the current $14. They're going to get a 5% bump. And for those who've been with the coffee chain for 5 or more years, they can get up to a 10% raise. And it's across the board. Many other big chains raising wages and raising prices. On the bright side, fast food restaurants report same-store sales for the quarter ending September 30th are up. Customers ordering more food and drinks, and so far, nobody seems to be blinking at the price increases. Hello to the Jolly Green Giant. What's happening this Friday morning?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I got to clear up a rumor. Gilligan is spreading a rumor out there that Jolly Green is a know-it-all and knows everything. Now, I want to address that issue. It is true. I do know everything. And where I'm getting all my information from is from Looney Tune cartoons, Gilligan reruns, and your show, Steve.
Huh.
Yep. I'll tell you what. I'll be honest with you. I've got a monitoring service that is monitoring Interstate 81 in Virginia. And if we catch Gilligan out that left lane, we're going to turn him into the Looney Tune Police Department. So I want to inform you, Gilligan, we are watching you. Also want to inform you that because of inflation costs, gasoline prices, et cetera, Sex Maniac we cannot afford to just collect $20 in your area. We now are going to be collecting $50 per household.
50. Oh, boy, that inflation jumped right. That inflation jumped mighty quick in 24 hours.
Oh, absolutely. This money will go to a good use. We will be raising the SS Benno, and we will be restoring that ship. And like I said, there won't be no Gilligan on that job. So that's all the crackers I've got for you, the super crackers I got for you tonight. I just want to say, everybody have a safe night. And Steve, you have a good weekend, brother. Bye-bye.
Thanks for checking in there, Jolly Green Giant. Let me get back to I think I touched on the headline earlier, the rest of the story, traffic deaths. Big jump. I mean, doubled it, 18.4% in the first half of this year. The estimated number, that's 18.4% higher than the first half of last year, according to the Transportation Secretary. This is an unacceptable crisis. Now, the department, which includes the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, announcing that they're going to develop a national strategy, steps to save lives on the road. What are we going to do? We cannot and should not accept these fatalities as simply a part of everyday life in America. No one can accomplish this alone. It's going to take all levels of government, industries, advocates, engineers, and communities across the country working together toward the day when family members no longer have to say goodbye to loved ones because of traffic crashes. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration also said that behavioral research from March through June of this year shows speeding, traveling without a seatbelt are higher than before the COVID pandemic. Now, in the past, they've blamed increased deaths on more reckless behavior on the roads. But the increase came as people drove more as the pandemic shutdowns began to ease. The death rate for the first half of this year rose to 1.34 per 100 million vehicle miles traveled. It was 1.28 deaths per 100 million miles in the first half of last year. But they're saying they're urging drivers to slow down, wear your seatbelt, and avoid distractions. I don't think the distracted driving thing has got any better, because it seems like everyone you pass out there that's going extremely slow or not maintaining, you go past them, you glance over, and sure enough, they're on the phone. The distractions are off the rails. All right, looking at 16 past the hour. Welcome back, Vic.
Yeah, I was listening to Eskimo Mom there, and I guess I didn't do a good job explaining what I was talking about in Medicaid versus the Affordable Care Act. But let's remember, Steve, as we're all aware, or I believe most of us are, the Democrats are working towards a single-payer health care system. And if you remember back under the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, that in order to to sweeten the pot and to get some of the states on board, the Affordable Care Act offered to subsidize Medicaid with expanded benefits for I forget the period of years, a year or whatever. But then Medicaid, which is a state-funded program that's paid for with state taxes, and it was eating up a lot of state budgets. Some of the states jumped on board. Some other states said, "Well, wait a second. Once this federal funding has ended, we're going to be stuck with these expanded benefits." So they refused those. I don't know if West Virginia was one of them or not. I'm thinking they must have been, because they were trying to get Senator Manchin on board, and I don't know if he was governor at the time when all this came down or not. But, be easily looked up. I just didn't do it. And that's what I was talking about. And I understand what Eskimo Mom was talking about, because before the Medicare-Medicaid hybrid came along, and Indiana is one of those states, I went through that with both my parents and my in-laws. And you essentially have to be financially destitute before you can get the Medicaid portion of it, to where they pay everything. And so it is very annoying to see them sit there and, just basically go through their life savings. And then finally, Medicaid will step up there and pick it up, which at least that is a good thing in one way. But the point is that in order to get Senator Manchin on board with this, whatever it is, their wish list on their human infrastructure bill, they were trying all different types of things. One, they were going to subsidize private insurance people. People could buy private insurance, and then the government was going to pay for it. And so then today, I noticed that Nancy Pelosi said, well, we will expand the Affordable Care Act to where it will pay for the Medicaid portion or the state's portion. Well, I don't think they can carve it out just for West Virginia. I believe they will have to offer that to all the different states. And if they pick up all the Medicaid expenses, that's going to be one gigantic expense, because I don't know what it is anymore, but I know back when they were arguing about that, there were a lot of states that were commenting that Medicaid was almost half of their state budget. So they didn't really explain that if we offer this Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act, that has to be putting in a lot of extra money into the expense of their human infrastructure bill. But instead, they claimed that it was going down. The expense of it was. And then they look a little bit farther, and they cut back the amount of money that they were going to spend immediately, and they stretched the bill out. Instead of like maybe 5 years, they twist, like anything, if you stretch your payments out, they're going to be less. So it was like a 20-year bill or something of that nature. But all the programs that they wanted, they have gotten into the bill. And once they get it in there, like you commented there, they're going to continue to expand it. So, I understand, like I say, I understand where Eskimo Mom's coming from on the deal with how it works for the average individual, which it is a good thing. And I won't even bother to tell you how much money that both my parents and my in-laws spent before the state would even begin to step up to help. And, well, my mom died from Alzheimer's, and I'll just give you a quick inference on that. When she went into the nursing home, she got the best of care and everything else. And then my sister called when she had to go on Medicaid. She says, I don't understand this. She's not getting the critical care, and she really didn't need that when she first went in. And now she really needs it. And I said, well, it's pretty simple. She was on private pay when she went in the nursing home, and they wanted to go through the money as fast as they could. When she went to the government thing, they weren't getting paid that well. So they had to go to the bargain basement care. and that happens, more times than I care to tell. But anybody's been there, they know what I'm talking about. And then the other thing too, this is kind of off subject, but I grew up in the area Eskimo Mom was talking about, and I can almost tell you where she's running into the fog. But later on, when you start to have freezing, I've seen people down there on those roads have wrecks because of the ice fog on the road as that kind of hangs around in the mornings. Which it sounds kind of funny, but it can really mess you up on some of those roads down there. They have a lot of interstates now, but the back roads and everything. Like I say, I just happen to know that area. It's close to the Ohio River and between a couple other local rivers that causes that. I imagine anybody in any of their areas probably see the same thing. But as we're going into wintertime, ice fog and ice frost can cause you some problems on some of those roads just as the sun begins to come up and they kind of begin to melt. But like I say, it's kind of a little bit off subject, but you were talking about the crashes. So I just kind of give you a little bit of a heads up there. But the point, but back to my original subject is that, that they're wanting to move the state-funded, state-taxed Medicaid program over on to the federal program. And they can't do that for just one state to bring Senator Manchin on board. They're going to have to do that for everybody, and that has to increase the bill, not decrease it. So I hope maybe I made myself a little bit clearer there, Steve, but I'll let you go there.
Thank you, Vic. Once again, always good to get clarification on things. And with that, we're looking at 23 past the hour. Got a Friday off and rolling. Hey, next week, looky there. Got a big week on the slate for not only Hot Shot Secret, but across the board at Lubrication Specialties Incorporated, LSI, the parent company of Hot Shot Secret. Everybody's been kind of packing up, gearing up to head out west. Because starting next week, Tuesday, I guess, you got two big events there in Las Vegas. And we'll be on scene, starting with Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the Apex Show. That's the Automotive Aftermarket Product Expo at the Sands Expo and Caesars Forum there in Las Vegas. You'll find Chris Gabrelchik and staff on site with the LSI Chemical Trade Show booth there, returning for the 2021 Apex Show. And this year, the team has greatly increased their booth size to promote all the great growth the company's had, including exhibiting space for the newest venture, LSI Chemical. So if you get a chance to get by, stop by the booth, say hello to Chris Gabrelchik and the rest of the LSI executive staff. Then on Tuesday through Friday, of course, there's the big SEMA show. Kyle and others will be on site there with the Hot Shot Secret trade show booth. This is the largest automotive trade show on the planet, as they describe it. Hot Shot Secret booth will be in the Central Hall, booth number 20221. Stop by, say hello to Kyle Fisher and the Hot Shot Secret staff. Check out the latest and greatest powered by science products coming from Hot Shot Secret. And don't forget, we'll have the world's fastest diesel there at the booth. The Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 Pro Mod on display, along with Levon and Larson Miller from Fire Punk Diesel. So if you get a chance to get by, get you an autograph, get you some photographs, pictures with the world's fastest diesel. They're at the SEMA show in Las Vegas next week. All right, let's see. I got a couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news break. So we heard all this discussion about, all right, so we've whittled down the price of the $3.5 trillion bill, the reconciliation bill. I think they're using, $1.75 trillion they're saying now. They were supposed to vote on the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill yesterday. Everything looked like it was on track, But no, lo and behold, the Democrats refusing to move forward with the infrastructure bill unless they can get confirmation that passage of the reconciliation bill is guaranteed to happen. Well, to do that, they've got to get commitments essentially from Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, who continue to apparently refuse to get on board with the cost, even the reduced cost of the reconciliation bill. Joe Manchin has said on a number of occasions, we've spent. Yes, we need infrastructure spending. Let's pass the $1.2 trillion. There's no need right now to be pumping additional trillions of dollars into this economy. I think at least there's one or two Democrats that have enough sense to know we're already seeing rampant inflation. You continue to spend and rack up your debt. This inflation is going to, we're going to be putting in a position like inflation in Venezuela, hyperinflation. I don't know if they'll be able to stick to their guns. To me, this almost sounds like a blackmail situation. Representative Jan Shanikowski from Illinois, she said Senator Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema should lose their congressional posts if they cause the party to fail with this spending bill. If they make a commitment, we're on, she says. If they don't, we can't go forward. When asked what should happen to the two if the legislation does fail, she said they should be voted out of office. I think they're going to be up for election before too long. I think that voters ought to say enough games, we've had enough of you, and look for other employment. How about that? Now, both senators avoided directly saying this past Thursday, whether they support the spending framework that Biden revealed this week. I guess the revised bill. Sinema said in a statement that she and Biden officials have made some progress on the reconciliation package. She went on to say, I look forward to getting this done. Manchin, for his part, when asked if he supports the framework, said this is all in the hands of the House right now. I have worked in good faith, and I look forward to continuing to work in good faith. That's all I'm going to say. Dick Durbin told reporters that I'm not sure if either Manchin or Sinema support the framework. I wish I could say yes, but there's a great deal of uncertainty in the caucus as to what is contained in the deal. All right, well, you've got 48 senators, but that's not enough to get it done. All right, we'll get our news break here, and plenty of room for you. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The company owning Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp undergoing a name change. CEO Mark Zuckerberg saying it's part of a larger rebranding effort that aims to
reflect who we are and what we hope to build. Starting today, our company is now Meta.
That's Meta. President Biden declared from the White House on Thursday morning that there had been agreement reached within his own party on his big social spending bill, but now progressives are holding up a vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was supposed to happen on Thursday, because they want to make sure that larger social spending bill has the support of moderate Democrats in the U.S. Senate. Besides slamming the bill itself, the Republican leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, says of the leader of that chamber,
Speaker Pelosi has destroyed this institution.
And this is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from New Burr, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now, I've kind of lost track of Chicago with their whole vaccine mandate thing. I haven't seen if they ever started laying officers off or put them on unpaid leave or what the deal is there. I'm looking at the latest out of New York, though, because their deadline pretty much has arrived. FDNY preparing to shutter as many as 20% of the Big Apple's fire companies and take an equal portion of ambulances off the streets ahead of the impending deadline for the vaccine. As of Wednesday, FDNY said 65% of their firefighters, fire officers, and EMS workers had been vaccinated, despite the mayor's order that all city workers must receive at least one dose or face suspension without pay starting Monday. The department must manage the unfortunate fact that a portion of our workforce has refused to comply with the vaccine mandate. So says the fire commissioner. We will use all means at our disposal, including mandatory overtime, mutual aid from other EMS providers, and significant changes to the schedules of our members. We will ensure the continuity of operations for those who have sworn oaths to serve. The commissioner did not assess the likely result of those potential moves, but one firefighter offered a rather grim prediction. He says, quote, "People will die in this city." The deadline is 5 o'clock this afternoon, Friday deadline. And that's only to receive a $500 in incentive pay for getting a shot, which gives hesitant workers one last weekend of wiggle room to reconsider before being taken off the payroll. Now, the widespread resistance by firefighters is going to take about 40% of us out. This could lead to response times up to 7 minutes or more, according to one FDNY member. The police commissioner sent out a tweet Wednesday evening saying 75% of the police had been vaccinated. That includes 63% of street cops, with 37%, about 6,000 officers still not vaccinated. One Manhattan officer said he expects result of benching patrol officers for ignoring the vaccine are pretty predictable. It's an easy formula. Less cops equals more crime. There was a Brooklyn cop that also noted that about 20% of the police force was sidelined there by COVID during the first wave of the pandemic. That was very rough, and now the numbers are even higher. I don't know how they're going to pull this off. Fiscal year 2021, emergency response time average would be 5 minutes, 23 seconds. Response time for structure fires would average 4 minutes, 52 seconds. Now, with a heart attack, when you're talking 7 or 8 minutes, that makes a big difference. Fires, an 8-minute difference is a bedroom or the whole house. Or in row houses, an 8-minute difference is one house versus one whole block. This is not a joke. They had taken it to the courts, but the Staten Island Supreme Court turned down the request by the Police Benevolent Association to issue a temporary restraining order against the mandate. They vowed to appeal the ruling this past day. I don't think it's gone anywhere, though. But one possible scenario, they say, for Sunday night is unvaccinated cops at the Halloween detail will turn into pumpkins at midnight and have to literally walk away from their assignments. The FDNY, the firefighters, have ordered all of their members to work straight hours or straight tours as scheduled beginning at 9 a.m. Saturday, meaning firefighters can no longer exchange shifts, and they will also be scheduled to work overtime to guarantee staffing. One firefighter said they're forcing us to work overtime. That means we'll lose another 10% who get injured or sick from 80-hour work weeks. And it's 18 before the hour. We'll see where the mandates go. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Hey, man. You got to wonder if that judge's house burns down and they take a little too much time to get there.
Yeah, right.
That's amazing. Unlike Jolly Green, I will say I am a know-it-all, and that is because I listen to this program. I'm taking the truck by the shop. I got some things that little things needs done. So I'm sitting at the house. I watched Christian on Ford Company, and I know I'd have gone straight through it, but they were going to talk a story on the ports. So, hey. So I sit there, and they got an expert on there. I mean, he's about my age, and they go from China all the way to the ports. Now, yeah, we're under the impression that the ports in California are all working 24/7. Well, he said, well, there's 6 ports, container ports out there. One is working 24/7, and they're only 4 days a week. So that was interesting. It's not being said. He said, well, and then it finally hits where the truckers says, well, you know, truckers don't like coming in at 3 a.m, grabbing their trailer. And hear that? 3 a.m, grabbing their trailer, go deliver at a customer, and at night at the warehouse. I mean, this is an expert. I mean, most warehouses I know are open 24/7, receiving goods. And the one thing that, you know, that I have gotten off of this program that he totally missed or left out is the long hours, 13-hour waits to get that load. What he totally left out and what he missed, I don't know, is the new regulations on trucks. Totally left that out. Now this guy, that's how he makes his living. But he totally missed it. So no, I mean, it's amazing. I hear the stories and the news that you read and you look up, your callers look up, and I'm loaded with that information. And when I'm fed this stuff, you just sort of scratch your head and says, you're missing out on the biggest part of the story. And you're supposed to be the expert. He did talk about drivers. Oh, they can't get drivers in. He said the driver, most drivers are old guys like me. They're used to that kind of lifestyle. And he said the younger drivers don't want to do that. They want to do tech stuff. And he did say this part, and I'm scratching my head on it a little bit. He said people don't like to go down to the store, look at a couch, look at a chair, look at a coat, try it on anymore. They like to order it online and they get it sent to them. What's the difference if you're getting your couch or your coat sent to your house or it's getting sent to that store? That has nothing to do with the delivery process. And but he was saying everybody's sitting at home and ordering stuff, and that's what's backing up the system. So this is this is a professional reporter. He's considered an expert on the subject. And only thing I can say is y'all make me look like a genius because I sit back and listen to the doggone. I'll get it.
That's all right.
That's where you jump in and say yourself, big guy.
The Steve Sommers overnight drive.
Steve Sommers. There you go, man. I appreciate it because when you sit there and you listen to the news, but you've listened to the other side and you got the full story, it just, at least you know what the deal is. They never even touched on the gasoline or the fuel prices. They never touched, like I said, they didn't touch on that, on the wait time and the truck situation. So, if that's the information if that way he reported is the information that the president's getting, and then it makes sense why the president has no clue. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail. Hey, have a great weekend, big guy.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. Thank you.
Over now.
Have a good morning and a great weekend. There you go. Yeah, someone posted a photograph yesterday. Yeah, the main gate at the Savannah port, which shows an incredibly long line of trucks waiting to get into the main gate at the port. And the caption just says, "Don't let the media tell you there's a driver shortage." But the debate goes on and on. What else we got in the mix here? All right, let me see here. We got lines available at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, it's been tried before, they tell us, and I don't believe it was successful. Norfolk Southern Railroad has reintroduced an LTL freight service similar to what railroads abandoned long ago. Norfolk Southern is calling it Thoroughbred Freight Transfer. They debuted it a few months ago, part of an effort to convert highway traffic to rail, according to trains.com. Now, it's experimental, they say, according to the railroad. They did not respond to an email request for comment, but the idea is an old one. Local and regional trucks bring LTL shipments to docks with rail sidings where freight's sorted, loaded onto boxcars for line haul. At the destination, the freight's unloaded and delivered by local trucks. That's the way most regulated freight moved when the roads were mostly two-lane blacktop and the shipper or consignee didn't have access to a railroad siding. Back then, lots of LTL freight and what we now consider truckload was handled by what they called them car loaders. Now, they were considered freight forwarders because they contracted for the entire move, including truckers at both ends, and railroads were the in-between. Some had their own trucking operations, especially in big cities like New York, Chicago, L.A., where the big companies like Clipper Car Loading, Republic Car Loading, and had local trucking operations. Their trucks were as common on the streets as those of motor carriers. The car loaders offered coast-to-coast LTL service long before truckers were able to piece together cross-country operating authority way back in the 1960s. That's when car loaders began to die off. The interstate highway system came into wide use, and big LTL truckers like Consolidated Freightways, Time DC, Pacific Intermountain Express could offer long-haul LTL service. They were still able to move large shipments at a cost savings, but truckers offered faster service. In the 1960s, they say the car loaders began avoiding small shipments of under 500 pounds, say. By the end of the 70s, motor carriers had driven the last of the car loaders out of business. Since then, industrial parks and even larger distribution centers have been built without rail sidings that were once a critical requirement. There's a difference between Norfolk Southern's regular boxcar service and the thoroughbred freight transfer. TFT boxcars move on regularly scheduled intermodal trains instead of ordinary freight trains. That eliminates the need for boxcars to be bumped or humped, they say. The rail yard process of assembling freight trains by rolling them down an incline, the hump, where they're switched onto the correct siding for a particular train. That makes TFT trips quicker and more predictable, they say. According to Norfolk Southern, it's similar to the old days when U.S. Mail rode on rail cars attached to regular scheduled passenger trains. Now, they do say it is a limited effort to begin with, beginning with service to 3 metro areas, Chicago, Atlanta, Miami. Since then, they've added service to Jersey City, New Jersey, in the heart of the New York metro area. A railroad boxcar can be from 50 to 60 feet long, carry up to 200,000 pounds of freight, the rough equivalent of, say, 4 truckloads. But since it involves handling and takes longer than truckload, TFT service is probably not going to attract a lot of truckload freight. I guess they're kind of saying, all said and done, I don't know if a year from now, if it's still going to be an experiment. It may be bigger, it may be smaller, it may be gone, according to a spokesperson for Norfolk Southern. But again, it's been tried before, many, many years ago. All right, about 5 before the hour, and let's try Gilligan.
Good morning.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, not much. Sorry, I missed just hesitation there, Steve. Hey, you was talking about the Northern Lights there earlier, about from the solar storm, and actually I've seen them as a kid back in the late 70s and early 80s, as far south as where I'm from, in the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, believe it or not. And that must have been a pretty big solar flare at that time. I'm going to touch on a couple of things, though. Jolly Green says he's going to have the Looney Tunes Mafia, Looney Tunes cops or whatever, come after me if I'm out in the left lane. Well, bring them on there, Jolly Green. You know, he just, you know, it's Jolly Green. We know what kind of people he hires. I mean, like I said, the last bunch he sent after me made the Apple Dumpling Gang look like geniuses, you know. Mm-hmm. But I do have a major announcement. GMA Enterprises is proud to tell everyone we will be offering bus service to Becky's party, Eskimo Mom's party on Sunday evening. You do know we're having a party up there, right?
Well, it was brought up earlier this week.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have bobbing for apples. We're gonna have a pumpkin hiding contest, looking like Easter eggs, but the little tiny pumpkins. We're gonna have pumpkin carving. We're gonna have a costume contest evening. In GMA Enterprises, I'm bringing the bus out, and I was willing to transfer people from the bus, from the truck stop over to Eskimo Mom's house for $5. I'm doing this extremely cheap. But also, we have special accommodations in the bus for those that may not have a sleeper on their truck or whatever. For the incredible price of $19.95, I'm even offering a bunk for somebody.
Wow.
Now, doesn't that sound like a great deal?
What a bargain.
You know? Yeah, well, we've rerouted the trip, so I am passing Coolville, so hopefully I can make it across Ohio this time in the bus. We're also giving it a paint job in case somebody remembers it from before, so maybe that'll fool them too. I don't want to end up in the Coolville jail again, you know. So, but that's about all I have for now. Steve, I hope you have a good morning. Take care.
Have a good one, Gilligan. There you go. Rolling toward top of the hour where we'll get a news update. Looking here at the scoop from Freight Waves from the CNI Dog, I believe. Navistar has borne the burden of deciding against using the selective catalyst reduction, the SCR, form of emissions control that all the other truck makers adopted. With all these emission standards, as every other year it seemed like we had to reach a next level. This was the rules that went into effect in 2010. In the Justice Department action filed back in 2015, Navistar was accused of misrepresenting 7,749 engines built in 2010 and having been assembled in 2009 before the new rules went into effect, sold under the MaxxForce brand. 2011 to 2014 versions of the engines were part of a class action suit that Navistar settled in January of last year for $135 million. A few individuals opted out of the class action are still suing Navistar. A Pennsylvania federal court recently denied Navistar's motion to dismiss a lawsuit alleging fraud and misrepresentation of the MaxxForce engines. The MaxxForce debacle and resulting customer anger cost Navistar about half its market share in the early part of last decade. The company recovered share in its reputation under the former CEO, who led the negotiations resulting in Traton's $3.7 billion acquisition of Navistar that concluded in July. Well, on Monday, the Justice Department said Navistar illegally sold heavy-duty engines in violation of EPA rules. Navistar signed a definitive agreement to purchase and destroy enough of the older engines to prevent 10,000 tons of future NOx emissions and forfeit their current NOx credits. They also agreed to a $52 million fine. A proposed consent decree would allow Navistar to destroy diesel engines used to power heavy-duty diesel trucks or transit, intercity, or school buses, or any other on-highway heavy-duty diesel vehicles to prevent future emissions. Older diesel engines without modern emission controls emit significant amounts of pollution, according to the statement from the EPA. So this proposed consent decree, which is subject to a pending 30-day public comment period, also said Navistar cannot force customers from whom it purchases older engines to purchase a new engine or vehicle. I guess according to the statement, Navistar is looking to put this legacy issue behind them so we can focus on transportation solutions for the future. All right, so after all those years, but that cost them a boatload of money, didn't it? Final hour just ahead. Hey, we got clear lines. Jump on in for that final hour at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Before heading off to Rome, President Biden is pushing hard for final passage of his sweeping social spending bill.
It's a framework that will create millions of jobs, grow the economy, invest in our nation and our people.
Biden outlining a revamped framework in a White House speech covering $1.75 trillion in new spending. Biden calling it an historic economic deal. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is being charged with a misdemeanor in what a state spokesperson is calling a sex crime case. This follows a criminal probe that stemmed from a number of women who accused the former Democratic governor of inappropriate sexual contact. Reports indicate the charge relates to allegations of forcible touching, and an arrest warrant is being issued by the Albany County Sheriff's Office. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, some good news during a challenging time for everybody, and this could really help. You may know hundreds of thousands of people have already made the switch to MediShare, which is the affordable alternative to health insurance. And with so many people looking at how they pay for healthcare right now, seeing premiums going up or the cost of COBRA plans, MediShare has a special offer and a lot of people are taking advantage of it. Simply apply by October 30th and they will waive your new member fee. That's $170 savings. And of course, that's just a start. The typical family saves $500 a month after making the switch. MediShare is a Christian community that has shared over $4 billion in medical bills, and it's worked beautifully for decades. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. Here it is. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Weekly jobless claims keep falling. They dropped to just 281,000 last week. That's the fewest since March 14th of last year, right before the economy shut down. The biggest increases in claims were in states like California, Tennessee, and Florida. Attorney General Merrick Garland testified Wednesday before the Senate Judiciary Committee, facing questions about his memo directing the FBI to investigate parents who threatened school board members. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley had a chance to question Garland at the hearing. He tells Fox News the AG's memo has served to intimidate parents from speaking their mind.
They've got every right to go to a school board meeting and say, hey, I don't want my kids taught critical race theory. I don't want my kids forced into mask mandates that aren't right for them or vaccine mandates that aren't good for them. They can express their opinion on anything.
More news online at usaradio.com. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Top executives of ExxonMobil and other oil giants denied spreading disinformation about climate change as they appeared on Capitol Hill in front of congressional Democrats during a hearing. This as the latest AAA survey of gas finds the average price in the nation at just under $3.40 a gallon. Just 1 month ago, it was under $3.20 a gallon. As far as why Democrats are spending more time talking about climate change in the hearing versus the rising gas prices, former Energy Secretary Rick Perry joins Fox News, and he says,
well, this is political theater at its greatest. The Democrats, the radical Democrats in the Democrat Party, hate fossil fuels. They want to see Marxism put into place and capitalism fall. The politics that's being played here may make for some good TV, but it's going to devastate the average American out there. Heating fuel prices are going to go through the roof. Gasoline prices are already reaching some record levels in modern history, and it's just going to get worse. They don't care about the fossil fuel industry, and it's what's going to drive the economy of America.
As folks across the country prepare for spooky festivities this weekend, a new poll is showing more Americans believe in ghosts. The survey conducted by YouGov found that 2 in 5 Americans believe in ghosts. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
On a Friday, TGIF, righto. It is 29th day of October. Final live program for October. By the way, if you hadn't yet noticed, they started last weekend. Yeah, they tried out, up till last weekend, if you were listening on the smartphone app, the iPhone or the Android app, you could only listen to the program during the live, midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern Time. And if you wanted to catch any of the replays or podcast, I guess you call it, you'd have to go to one of the respective podcast locations, which there's a ton of them. We're on most of them. They've been running like replays of some of our previous programs. Yeah, last weekend, I think they ran, right when we wrapped things up Friday morning, they ran the Thursday morning program, and then they ran the previous program that featured Chris Gabrelchik on the show, and just kind of rotating through some of our previous shows. Something you might, if you're inclined, you could pretty much punch in any time of day and catch an older program. The only thing is you won't be able to select which particular date you want to listen to, just whatever's running at the time. But as the case has been, you can always go to any of the podcast locations, the replays via YouTube and catch whichever program, whichever date you'd like to tune into. Just a heads up there. Okay, what else are we going to be paying more for? I see this story this past day that states the number of dairy cows in this country is plunging at a pace not seen in more than a decade, which means elevated cost for things like butter. Well, dairy products, right? The cost of feeding dairy cows has been soaring, according to the director of Dairy Market Insight at StoneX Group. That's forcing dairy farmers to slash their herds. The U.S. herd shrank by 85,000 cows between June and September, the biggest 4-month drop since 2009. Milk production is consequently less than expected, rising in September just 0.2% from last year, falling way short of the forecast. Lower milk production could mean that prices for dairy products could be more expensive, adding to the already rising food inflation that's hitting our wallets. Mr. Dene says we've never seen a drop this big without a more severe drop in margins preceding it. Prices for American dairy products have been climbing recently, helped by the bullish production report. Global milk supplies are tight, and butter is particularly limited, he says. Going to have trouble finding butter on the shelf for your holiday cooking? I just pile something more on. That's what we're doing this each and every day. Pile it on, pile it on. What else are we going to pay more for? Let's see here. Yes, Jolly Green. Hello there.
I want to rebuttal what Gilligan said. I assure you the Looney Tune police are some of the finest police out there, and they always get their man. So I want to make sure Gilligan knows that. Also, Gilligan, you need to stand and respect your elders more.
Oh, boy.
I was driving in the day of the horse and buggy. So just remind you, also, when you were in diapers, old buddy. Also, I got a message from our President Biden. If an open border is not a security issue, then I want to know, Mr. President, why do you need a fence around your house?
Yeah, right. You think?
Just a thought. So just a thought. So evidently, maybe he thinks that his house is a security problem. I don't know. So I don't get it, Steve. I don't get it. Either way, that's all I got for tonight. So we'll talk to you next week. See ya.
Hey, walls don't work. They'll just build a taller ladder. That's what I've heard. And if you've got a big enough wall, then they'll just dig a tunnel. But we need the president needs a fence. Yeah, that's right. Apparently fences do work. And it's 844-844-3388. I believe, is this Mike?
Yes. Good morning, Steve. First of all, I'm a first-time caller. Thank you so much for taking my call. I'm a millennial. I'm 25, and your show really means a lot to me. So first of all, thank you so much.
Hey, I think you're a tad bit younger than the average bear that's up late at night tuning into our program.
Yeah, well, I love radio. I mean, when it comes to trucking radio, I mean, I listen to you, I listen to Dave Nemo on Sirius XM, and I've always loved radio. You are so good at what you do. You're so confident. And, before I get to what I'm going to say about this spending bill, I have to ask you, Steve, do you ever get nervous, like when you're on the radio?
Yeah, I do. For as many years, I was trying to think this past morning how many years I got into the radio biz when I was like 15. So I've got 40 plus years behind the microphone, but quite honestly, yeah. I mean, you get that little nervous jitter before going on, and I really get nervous if I have to be out in like a public setting, if, broadcasting live or something like that. I do.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think, radio is just one of those things where it's like, obviously there's so much pressure to, it's like some radio you cannot, every word you say has to be perfect, and it's like there's no room for error. But I think, the type of radio you do is really cool because it's like everyone's kind of really down to earth, and it's not like, syndicated terrestrial radio. It's kind of just a calm kind of setting, which is really cool. But so my comment, go ahead, Steve.
Oh, I said, yeah, you're 100% correct. Are you the Michael that's been kind of posting? I saw you. Was that you last week saying that I get nervous when I try to call in or whatever? Was that you?
Yes, guilty as charged. Yes, that was me.
All right. See, no reason to be nervous. We're all just a big family here, so.
Absolutely. So I had a comment on the spending bill. So, this new spending bill that Democrats are trying to get through, we learned today it's going to be 1.74 or actually 1.75 trillion. They cut it down to that. But some of the key things that are actually going to be cut out, paid family leave, helping with college funding, expanding Medicare dental and vision coverage. But here's the thing that really makes me kind of angry. So it was decided that there will be billions of dollars in funding that will be kept in the spending bill that will go towards clean energy and tax credits for people that decide to use solar energy, solar panels. So, instead of allocating money to help, right now with younger people that can't afford college, very important things, the Democrats have essentially deemed this unnecessary, but they deem it necessary to allocate billions of dollars for people that use solar panels and clean energy. And, it's ridiculous because this isn't going to be a problem for hundreds of years into the future, probably, global warming. So I just don't understand how the Democrats decide to cut really important things, cut Medicare, cut college funding, but decide to fund global, funding for global warming research.
I'm guessing it's because they have to have something in the bill to appease. Yeah, what's the new term? They call them progressives. I think that's the leftist of the left, and the likes of AOC and the new Green Deal group. They gotta have something in there to get them on board with the overall package.
Right. Well, I think they have they're what is it? They're pandering to their base,
Bingo.
Right? So I think the Democrat base, a lot of them, they are all on board for these, new social policies and things that fit their agenda, but they're not allocating money to the things that really matter right now. And that's the kind of the point I wanted to just touch on. And I think most of the audience here would agree with that. But
I think you're correct. For a 25-year-old, you're considered a millennial? Is that your generation?
Yeah, so it's 1996 to, I believe, the 80s. 96 is the first year the millennials are categorized under. So yeah, I'm 25, and technically I am a millennial. Yeah.
I've lost track because they've got so many different. You got millennial, then you got Gen X, and now is there a Gen Z?
Gen Z.
Yeah,
right.
I am the very last of I got baby boomer. I was 1964, so I think I was considered the very tail end of the baby boomers.
Yeah, well, that's the year my mom was born, and that was the year. Well, Kennedy got assassinated in '63. So, but yeah, I think you would be a baby boomer. But Steve, thank you so much for taking my call. Really, it's an honor to talk to you, and I really have a lot of respect for what you do here. So, thank you.
There. I mean, even though you're a younger guy, you probably have an automobile, right?
Yes, I do drive.
Yeah, you got to drive. You got to get to work, and I'm going to get you a code for Hotshot Secret. I don't know how long you've been listening, but you go to hotshotsecret.com. They're going to text you a code where you can get $60 off. If you, in whatever kind of automobile, if you're driving a gasoline vehicle, I'd recommend getting you some Stiction Eliminator for the oil side, and maybe some Gasoline Extreme to put in the fuel side to get everything cleaned up, and at least try out the Hot Shot Secret products, and maybe you can spread the word to some of your younger generation friends. That'd be great to help us grow.
Absolutely. And I actually have a family member who is a retired truck driver, drove for about 30 years. Bruce is his name, and my Uncle Bruce. And I have so much respect for the drivers. You know, what they do for this country means so much to me. And it's just invaluable, the service truck drivers provide. So just, you know, I just want to make that clear. I really respect what they do for this country. So.
Hey, great call, Mike. I appreciate you. Why did you need to be nervous, for crying out loud? All right. Well, have a great morning. Have a great weekend, and chime in anytime. You got it. Yeah. Yeah, when you're talking about the clean energy incentives, my understanding is it's like more than $500 billion worth. Out of that the revised down $1.75 trillion, $555 billion of that is for clean energy investments. If it goes forward, it would represent the largest climate investment on record. Emissions-reducing technologies for buildings, transportation, electricity, and agriculture. Senior administration officials said Thursday, the president is confident this framework will win the vote of every Democratic senator. Like I said to Mike there, they've got to have this Green New Deal stuff if they're going to get the likes of Bernie Sanders and AOC and the Squad and all these so-called progressives to support it. Yeah, technically, they want a whole lot more than they've even got in there. But that'll let the lawmakers speak for themselves. It also includes spending for universal preschool is still there, the 1-year extension of the expanded child tax credit, which, as I explained earlier, they do that just to cut the cost down because come next year, they'll just extend the expanded child tax credit for another year, 2, 3. Like Vic said, they get the programs in place, and once it's there, it's like they never cut it out. They're never going to end the program. The earmarks for climate spending focuses on incentives rather than punishments, they say. These initiatives would start cutting pollution now. More than a gigaton of greenhouse gas emissions reduced by the year 2030. All right, we got to get a quick 2-minute timeout here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better. For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty. Good morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Friday. You know who that is, right? 54 degrees, rain in Fort Wayne, about the same in Sterling Heights, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back, the daily routine. You should be able to put that thing on autopilot, and it just take you there and back every day, making the same run day after day after day. You probably know where every crack and pothole and bump along that stretch of highway is. Thank you much. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Have a great weekend. Hey, what's going on with Pappy? What do you say? Happy Friday.
Yeah, Steve. Just got home, got that summer uniform off. It's going to be put away for the winter. Listen, man, I wasn't going to call in tonight. Really didn't have too much to say, but Caller Mike there gave me the, I don't know what the right word is. I'm tired, but wanted to call in and give him a shout out, man. You know, we need more young people like that with a good head on their shoulders. You know, it's just refreshing to hear a young man like that call in, and it's a great call, man.
Absolutely.
You know,
yeah. I don't know. Does that give you a little sense that, hey, there may be some hope for a future?
Right. Exactly. Yes, sir. You know. But, hey, real quick, and I'll let you go. This whole thing with Biden, you know, spending taxpayers' money to put a fence around his private property. Steve, I totally agree with. He's the president of the United States. He needs to be protected. And, you know, I have no problem with him taking our taxpayers' money, you know, to protect this man. And obviously when he goes to his personal home, he needs to be protected.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm sure this was all, you know, through the Secret Service. But with that said, what a bunch of hypocrites, you know? What a bunch of hypocrites, man. The same reason I would support tax.
The fact that walls don't work, fences don't work. They don't work on the southern border, but they sure as hell work around Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden's and Donald Trump's and anybody's home.
Yes, sir. It's like I'm in total support of my taxpayers' money going to build a wall down on that border.
Yep.
You know, it just shows you these people are hypocrites to the highest degree.
Yep.
I just wanted to throw that out. And kudos to Mike for calling in. Steve, have a great weekend. All the drivers out there, have a great weekend. Drive safe. Everybody be safe.
Thank you, Pappy. Good to hear from you. All right, real quick, like before we get our news break here, bottom of the hour, Scooter, yes, valid point. Yeah, these numbers that, you know, when you were a kid, they talk about, well, we're spending $1 million here and $1 million there, and it's like, wow, that's astronomical. And then you started hearing about, we're spending $1 billion. This spending bill may be $2 billion. Now we're spending trillions of dollars in one fell swoop at any given time. Steve, these elected idiots in D.C. throw around these staggering dollar amounts in such a nonchalant manner. Most Americans don't even comprehend how insane this out-of-control spending is. Let me give you an example. If you spent $1 per second, 1 million seconds is about 11 and a half hours. 1 billion seconds is about 31 and a half years. 1 trillion seconds is about 31,710 years. So you spend $1 every second to spend $1 trillion. You get that 31,710 years. $1, $1, $1. $1 per second. And we're talking about throwing around, we got a $2 trillion package here. We got 1.5 there. And we really wanted to spend $5 trillion, and it doesn't exist. That's the point behind it. All right, back after this on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The company owning Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp undergoing a name change. CEO Mark Zuckerberg saying it's part of a larger rebranding effort that aims to
reflect who we are and what we hope to build. Starting today, our company is now Meta.
That's Meta. President Biden declared from the White House on Thursday morning that there had been agreement reached within his own party on his big social spending bill, but now progressives are holding up a vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was supposed to happen on Thursday, because they want to make sure that larger social spending bill has the support of moderate Democrats in the U.S. Senate. Besides slamming the bill itself, the Republican leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, says of the leader of that chamber,
Speaker Pelosi has destroyed this institution.
And this is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, for that last hour rush, let's get real quick back to the calls. And Eric, I believe. Morning, Eric.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing this morning, buddy?
Happy Friday, hanging with them.
You know it. Hey, I got an accident update. Northbound 75, there around the 54 in Dayton. There's a semi, he jackknifed, and it looked like he split the truck from the trailer. And I don't know if there was any fatalities or anything, but it must have just literally happened. I was on my way up to Troy, Ohio here, and which was about 15, 20 minutes ago. So I just wanted to let your drivers know, anybody come through Dayton, it's probably going to get really messy.
Was he blocking all the lanes? Is there any way to get through, or could you tell?
No, he wasn't blocking no lanes. It looked like he was trying to get off of Main Street there in Dayton, but realized that that's probably not what he wanted to do. He probably wanted to go Route 4 north, like he said, to Springfield. And his truck and trailer is like split on one of them 3-4 foot concrete walls.
Whoops.
You know, like you were getting off an exit ramp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It looked like he split the trailer from the truck, and he's like riding like his back tandems and whatnot on the concrete wall. And I just want to let those know that's coming through Dayton right now. It's probably going to get backed up.
Yeah, no doubt. Nothing like that. What a great way to start that Friday morning. Yep.
Oh, you know it, brother. You know it. And Steve, I just wanted to give that shout out, and you have a great weekend, and all your listeners and truckers, man, have a great weekend also.
Thank you so much. Out there. Hey, thank you for checking in, and you do the same. Have a great weekend. Haven't talked to Pup in a few days. Hey there, Pup, what's happening?
I wish that guy would have called about 5 minutes ago. I'm in that crap right now.
Is it backed up?
Yeah, I could have got off on 4. But, hey, where'd you read that article about the dairy?
Oh, where did I get it? You know, I think someone sent me a link, and it was a story where you had to have like a subscription to read it. So I went to Google, And just did a quick Google search on dairy cows, thinning herd. I can't remember what I typed in, but so I don't even know what source that was. But
I just kind of curious because I call BS on that. At least in our area, they've increased their herds.
Really?
They raise most of all of the food. Yeah. The only thing they really buy is the supplements and vitamins. And, matter of fact, there's 2 big dairies, or you call them mega dairies. They milk over 2,000 head. And then there's a family dairy down the road. They probably farm 300 and some, or milk 300 and some. But there's also a company around the area that hauls the milk, Moo Juice Express. And those guys are all the time hiring and adding more trucks on because they haul milk all over the country. So I don't know where they're thinking there's a dairy shortage. The only thing I can think is that's one of the biggest things that Trump wanted into that Mexican-Canada agreement was to be able to sell our dairy products and stuff up in Canada. I don't see how there is one, at least from our area.
Yeah, so I did a quick search again. I just typed in dairy cow herd, but the Bloomberg headline, Bloomberg.com. U.S. dairy cows are too expensive to feed. Herd shrank by 85,000 cows. That might have been the one I had. The next headline is Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Pretty much this. I guess it's the same story as Bloomberg ran, that kind of thing. So that's where I got it anyway.
Yeah. Well, maybe so nationwide. I don't know. I know they've increased their herds.
Well, I mean, in the big scheme of things, when you're talking about a country of this, I mean, what impact would 85,000 dairy cows have? I mean, that's probably not that many, realistically, is it?
85,000. That's quite a bit.
Is it?
Because when they sell their milk, they don't sell it by the gallon. They sell it by the pound.
Okay.
Because there's so many different things that can be made out of the milk and stuff. Like when it comes off the farm, you know how a gallon of water weighs about 8 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
A gallon of milk out of the bulk tank on the farm, somewhere between 10 and 11, depending on how thick the cream is in it.
Okay.
I better let you go so I can concentrate. I think they're running us off on an exit up here.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Sorry.
It's back way up. So.
Sorry, we missed the advance notice. He was actually probably he was on hold 5 minutes earlier, but yeah, we went through the news break and all that. So sorry about that, Pup. Yeah, Pup knows about his farming though. That's quite interesting. So yeah, I'm just thinking, kind of like when you discuss the amount of fuel we consume, and they're talking the millions of barrels per day. It's just, how many gallons of milk are consumed on any given day? But 85,000 cows, he said that would make a dent. Okay. And it is on a national scale, though, because it does say nationwide. The U.S. herd shrank by 85,000 cows from June to September of this year. So they made it sound like that's a pretty big drop. All right. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, it does sound like quite a bit, but you got to think about, too, Pup mentioned one farm there he's got in his area milks 2,000 cows on one farm. So 100 here, 100 there across the country, add up to 85,000. It's a big number, but I don't know. Maybe not. It's a long time since I've been in the dairy business, and most of my milk in there, heck, our local farms only had 30, 35 head that we used to milk. So when we weren't a 24-hour operation like them 2,000 cows, those poor cows, they never quit getting milked. They're on a rotating basis. I think they just put them on a carousel. They just go round and round, give them food, milk. Of course, you got to clean up the other end too. But anyways, hey, your call you had on there before, Mike, there before the bottom of the hour break there.
Yes.
I think Pappy missed out on that. I think Pappy should have awarded him the big cookie for the night. I think Mike deserves the big cookie of the night for the call. But is wondering why things are in and aren't in is the regular answer. Follow the money. You know, it's all their buddies that are in big business that's going to have all these, you know, solar farms, and, you know, they're going to get the tax breaks for their big solar farms. It's not like one of your listeners there that's got the snake hiding in his lawnmower that has a couple solar panels on his roof, that he's not going to benefit a whole lot from it. But all their buddies that are going to invest in solar panels and all that, they're going to benefit. So that's why that's in there. It's not for the, you know, everyday Joe down the street there.
I heard someone suggest that I wonder when all this is said and done, how much that they're going to have to sneak in there to convince Manchin to come over. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, hey, Joe, all right, listen, Joe, we'll sweeten the pot a little. We'll give you this, we'll give you that. We'll add this in for your state there in West Virginia. Just get on board, you know? Follow the money.
Well, everybody's got to have their bread buttered, unless we run out of milk and to be able to make the butter. But no. So anyways, hey, what I really called back about there was everybody's good friend and buddy Alec Baldwin, who apparently you don't want to go hunting with because you don't want him to have a gun. But I got looking there on the internet last night. I thought maybe, but it did end up, he's one of those people that doesn't want anybody else to have a gun.
Yes, big time.
See, he was a big
anti-gunner.
Big member of that
gun grabber.
That no RA. So why is it he's out there making movies and TV shows that have guns in them? Shouldn't if he doesn't want people to have guns, shouldn't he be making movies that don't have guns in them? I don't know.
Yeah,
and I do put responsibility on him for what he did, because he's been in the business long enough to know when you got a 24-year-old girl handing you a gun, even though she's supposed to be a professional at her job, that you might want to double check it before you point it at somebody, because he's lived life long enough to know that rule number one, unless it's, you know, a water blaster like Knuckle Buster talks about, and I don't think Knuckle Buster's talking about the water blasters that we used as kids, unless it's one of them squirt guns, you don't point a gun at anybody, no matter what type of gun it is. Even, I don't know, did you have a cap gun when you were a kid? Fired off them little, you know, you had them little red patches.
Absolutely.
With a little bit of gunpowder.
Yes.
Well, what happens when you pointed that cap gun at somebody? What happened to you when you did that? What was the first thing that somebody told you or smacked you in the hand or the back of the head for? Because you don't point a gun at people. So, and the other thing is they were just in rehearsal. It wasn't even a filming scene. They were just had the camera pointed for the angle. There was absolutely no need to point a gun in the direction of people for what they did. So I do hold Alec Baldwin. He should be a little higher up, you know, thought of as a standard and know better. But then again, you know, as I say, knowing who he was getting the weapons from should have put you more on a little bit of edge that maybe you want to double check than just to take somebody's word for something.
Yeah.
You know, we don't just climb in these trucks. We have to do what they call a pre-trip. We don't just take the mechanic's word that, hey, it's good to go. You know, we look it over a little bit before we start down the road after it's had something done to it, you know? I don't know. Just a thought. But anyway, for that, we'll let you go. Let somebody else come in, see if you can find another intelligent caller, find at least a intelligent caller.
There you go. Well, have a good weekend. Yeah. I mean, as far as, you know, it's if you wanted to kind of draw a parallel between driving, if someone had the job, the full-time job of doing the full pre-check on your truck before you get in the driver's seat, and that was their one job. You had one job to check out that truck before I got behind the wheel. And you shouldn't have had to go around that truck. That's more or less the scenario on the movie sets. They, as I explained last, they have the armorer But there's a couple of people that's their job. Your one job is to handle which weapon gets used. If it's this prop gun, if it's this, is it a gun that shoots the blanks? And they were, supposedly they're working to film a scene. And you got to remember, in movies, you got all those different angles. And yeah, you'll have the one angle where the gun, right toward the camera, and you see the gun go off, and then camera turns around and you see where it, the impact to whoever, whatever. And this was a scene where the gun was supposed to be fired toward the camera, but it wasn't supposed to be a live round. I think there's going to be some people that will have to pay a price. The armorer is one for sure, and then she was the one. There's an armorer, but it was a guy. I don't know what his particular job, but the gentleman that was supposed to have also been the one to check the weapons. I mean, the guy that actually handed it to him and said "cold gun." That was the announcement made to the set, "cold gun." All right, it'll shake out in some point in time, but I don't look for Alex to probably be paying much of a price. I think in reality, you'd think he's already paying a price. People usually working on sets form kind of a bond, get close, and could you imagine actually accidentally shooting and killing someone you know, and And with that, we get our final timeout. Back in two, though, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty there. Not a whole lot of time left. Real quick. Who else had a couple of friends checking in? Hello to M-O-O-N. That spells weekend. Have a great weekend there, Moon. Hired Gun checking in. Morning, everybody. Gotta go drive that damn old truck one more time this week. Remember, the painted side stays on top. That's normally the advice. Eskimo Mom, you're talking about that accident up there toward Dayton. She said it never fails with Stanley Avenue, Main Street area in Dayton on wet nights. So it's a common thing to have incidents and accidents there. All right. Hey, Big Sexy, what's happening? What's the headline this morning?
Above the fold up there, it says something about GM invested $450 million in Kentucky. That's very top of the paper.
Top story.
Then the other big headline, the local headline.
Gotcha.
Real quick, I know we're short on time. Horse traders might want to be careful about, say, finding another intelligent caller or more intelligent caller when I'm on hold.
Oh, Lord.
You know, he might want to learn from Heatwave on that. On the second thing, I'm going to drop my campaign to get you to work a weekend. I've decided to just let you go ahead and have your weekend. I'm not going to try to push that no more. I'm going to let it drop.
Thank you. I appreciate
you can enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Big Sexy. Thank you.
And the last thing is for a Chevy guy. When people tell you you're a know-it-all, they don't mean that you know everything. That's being sarcastic. So that was the things I had for tonight. And I'll let you wrap it up and have a good weekend, Steve, and I'll try to listen Sunday night.
All right. We'll look forward to it. Have a great weekend yourself. Be safe out there. All right. Don't forget, between now, it's got a couple days left. It's Halloween weekend, right? And at Hot Shot Secret, it's Pick Your Treat weekend. It's actually the Pick Your Treat sale. Your choice of a free 4-ounce everyday diesel treatment or an LX4 or a diesel winter anti-gel with any order over $55. Yeah, between now and Halloween. So now and Sunday. That's your Pick Your Treat sale. So place your order and, of course, always use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That gets you 10% additional off your order. If you're out there, out and about, and you're looking at purchasing at the retail level, you got a few days left at Advance Auto Parts around the country, where you get $3 off the everyday diesel treat squeeze. That's now through Halloween. Tractor Supply, time to stock up on that diesel winter anti-gel between now and the day after Christmas, as a matter of fact. Got $4 off the diesel winter anti-gel at Tractor Supply stores nationwide. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here for another week. It's been a good one. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you back Sunday night as the trick-or-treaters will be digesting all that candy into Monday morning. Here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I